Okay, good morning, everybody. Um, I'm just going to let you guys settle in before we kick off. Lots of participants still joining us. Okay, right. Well, welcome to the Rivers Trust Annual Conference. Really great to see so many of you registered and many of you already on Zoom this morning for this early start. Um, the theme of our conference this year is springing into action, and we've chosen that theme because we've seen some really important shifts in what people are saying, what government is saying, and what many of the key stakeholders are saying in the last 6 months. But I think the question that we're all asking ourselves at the moment is how are the words going to translate into action? We've now got a new Environment Act that came through in November of last year. We've seen some really fundamental shifts in the level of ambition and, importantly, the public tolerance around pollution in rivers that have had a substantial impact. The Environmental Audit Committee report that came out in January of this year really kind of kicked this year off to be something very, very different. And of course, now we're all waiting to see how are these good words, how is what everybody is talking about and seeming to have a shared ambition around, how is that going to convert into action and make a real difference on our rivers and for all of us river users. So that's been the kind of overarching theme, and we've got really exciting selection of speakers for you over the next 2 days, very broad ranging as well, and we're trying to tackle some of the critical key topics. In today's lineup, we'll be hearing from, as I said, a broad range of speakers. We've got investment bankers, we've got water companies, we've got academics, we've got practitioners who are acting on river restoration in catchments. And interestingly, I think for the first time, we have some poets as well contributing through the lightning talks. So first up, we'll have Amina chairing a panel discussion on environmental markets, which are seen to be really critical in enabling the green recovery, and some of the leading experts talking about what's working and what's not yet working in environmental markets. We've got lightning talks and a break, and then a spotlight on pollution, something that's really been in the news recently. Um, Lots of debate and lots of public concern around all kinds of pollution, agricultural pollution in the sewage pollution in our rivers around the country. So we'll have a spotlight on that and a really good discussion around that. And then a critical question that we're all asking ourselves as we've seen a huge debate around transparency. How well has it worked with the water companies marking their own homework? There's been a lot of discussion about why the EA has been under-resourced and underfunded to do the job that it needs to do. And of course, we now have a new Office of Environmental Protection coming in with the Environment Act. So how is this all going to pan out in the future? And what does good regulation for rivers look like? Because without strong and effective regulation, there's not much hope for improving the status quo. After lunch, we're going to hear from Sarah Bentley, the CEO of Thames Water, and she'll be talking about their new commitments for clean rivers. And just in the last 24 hours, we've been seeing a lot coming out. We've seen from United Utilities, from Anglian, from Severn Trent, strong commitments coming out about how they're going to reduce impacts, their own impacts on river water quality. Um, and including committing to not having reasons for not achieving good within their water areas by 2030. So some very strong commitments coming out from water companies, and we'll hear from Thames Water about what they've got planned. And then this afternoon, we'll be talking more lightning talks and also talking about breaking down barriers. You know, our rivers are so fragmented, particularly in the UK and in England. How do we start breaking down the barriers to fish migration, the physical barriers, weirs in our rivers, um, to enable a flow and to re-establish migration routes for some of our critical species. We'll be ending the day with a discussion on rivers fit to swim in, and talking about, you know, how do we get much better use of our rivers, and how do we start bringing into the fore these inland bathing waters that we'd really like to see much more widespread around the country. So hopefully an exciting lineup. That's going to finish at 3:30 today. We've done it over 2 short days so that you've got a chance to answer all those critical emails first thing, and then quickly return to some urgent issues at the end of the day. But we really hope that you can stay with us for most of the day. If you do have to duck out, Becca is recording the conference, and you'll have access to the recordings in a couple of days' time. So we're really excited to have so many of you joining us, and please also join and share the messages of the conference on social media. If you're not already, follow us at the Rivers Trust and use the hashtag SpringConfRT to share with those who can't be with us at the moment what's happening and some of the key messages that are coming out. And we're also running a competition at the moment. And there is an amazing film that is being released on the 18th of March. It's being released online and at selected cinemas around the UK. A really beautiful, spectacular, and very provocative film that I think essentially explores our relationship with rivers. We used to revere them, and then we harnessed their power and managed to control them. And now they have been neglected and abused. So how do we turn that around? And it does also focus on some areas where there are real kind of well springs of hope. So really encourage you to get online and watch that film, but also you can win this amazing selection of books. The script for the film was written by Robert McFarlane. Some of his brilliant books are on offer here. So get onto Twitter, have a look at our tweet that tells you how to win this. You just have to retweet it and tag three friends. Yeah, good luck with that, because they're brilliant books and it's a wonderful movie. So for some of the housekeeping, there you should see at the bottom there's a Q&A function that lets you submit questions and also to vote for others, so that we really want you to be participating in these panel discussions and engaging with the wonderful speakers that we've got lined up. So do use that. There's a chat function as well. And if you want to read what's being said, if you're a bit hard of hearing, then you can have subtitles. Those will be automatically generated. They're not always 100% accurate, especially for technical terms. And of course, this event is being recorded. And as I said, so you'll have access to that recording after the event. So yeah, it's just up to me now really to hand back to Becca briefly, and then over to Amina, who is chairing this first session on environmental markets.
Thanks, Christine. Great intro to the day, and I'm really happy to see everyone on the chat just like messaging away. That's really started the day off on a nice note. I will ask Amina Abubakar to turn on the camera and microphone and then take us away into our environmental market session. Thanks, Amina.
Thanks, Becca. I hope you can hear me. By Thank you everybody for joining us today, and I'll be chairing the first session of our Rivers Trust conference today on environmental markets. I'm hoping it'll be an interesting and productive discussion. We've really got a very experienced panel with 3 speakers. We've got Dave Cooper, Robert Hall and Guy Thompson. It'll be good to see your faces if you're there. And I'll just quickly introduce the speakers. We've got Dave Cooper, is Professor of Management and Economic Development at the University of Chichester Business School. And Dave has significant experience in European projects, particularly around payment for ecosystem services, and is the head of Interreg-funded channel payments for ecosystem services project. His research focuses on applied business and economic research, and is also interested in innovation and enterprise and the impact on regional regeneration. We've also got Robert Hall, the Associate Director for ESG Impact and Innovation at Federated Hermes. Robert is responsible for the establishment of innovative, sustainable and impacting investment models across public and private markets, where he works on the interdisciplinary integration and modeling of ecological, climate, social, economic and financial systems. Robert is also part of the Financing UK Nature Recovery Coalition, and so is our next speaker, Guy Thompson, Director of the Environmental Futures at Wessex Water and Managing Director of Entrade. Guy is Group Director of Environmental Futures at Wessex Water and Wessex Water Business with Entrade, which operates online markets in nature-based solutions. And Guy is also a member of the CBI Southwest Regional Council and Advisory Board of the Broadway Initiative, which has been quite heavily involved with the Financing UK Nature Coalition, and a co-author of the Broadway Initiative's report on accelerating investment in nature-based solutions. Thank you very much, all 3 of you, for joining us today. Really exciting, hopefully, conversation. And I'll kick off by asking you all the same question. Just a reflection, really, based on your individual and organizational experiences. What do you see as the key barriers preventing environmental markets from flourishing? We know they're not as well established across the world, really. It's not just a problem in the UK. So what do you see as the key barriers, and why aren't we seeing the much needed scale of investment to prevent the decline in the natural environment? Guy, you're not on mute, so can I start with you?
I put myself on mute to have a crack at this, Amina, on the basis that this was a question, an exam question I kind of set myself kind of around this time 2 years ago now, at the sort of outset of the pandemic, when it was very evident that there was a very significant sort of shock to the system. Already, I guess, pre-pandemic, there'd been very significant rising growth in interest in the role of nature-based solutions in addressing our climate emergency, and increasing recognition of the need to encourage private investment to facilitate the market, the potential market in encouraging those nature-based solutions to be part of our response to the nature crisis. The question was, how do we attract that private investment to those solutions on the ground? And if you go back to the report that we wrote at Broadway Initiative, the analysis, I think, sort of sticks. There's been a lot of really good work done subsequently to address those barriers, but they are fundamentally about the constraints placed by existing regulation, the way that public funding regulation, public funding mechanisms work, and embryonic private incentives work together. So it's the complexity of the interplay between those existing instruments, regulation and incentives, that substantially increases the cost of developing and aggregating nature-based projects on the ground. And I mean, Robert will want to comment on this, but our analysis at the time was that access to capital was not the problem. And I think we've seen through the course of the pandemic an increasing growth in funds aligned to environmental, social governance objectives, and increasing interest in lenders and investors in the opportunity to scale high integrity nature-based environmental services. So the question is kind of, what seems to be lacking is the sort of scale, the fact that we've got in nature-based projects new and unfamiliar asset class, which also carries kind of uncertainty in relation to the science base around the environmental services that asset class delivers. We've got a challenge around certainty, and the need to develop a reliable pipeline of projects, investment-ready projects, really requires confidence between buyers, sellers, and investors. And therefore, issues like the absence of transparent standards around how you define and measure the environmental services generated by those projects, the lack of clarity around targets for the delivery of those goods and services at a sort of catchment scale, hinders that certainty. And then lastly, the requirement for liquidity necessary for efficient project delivery, which is essentially down to kind of lack of clarity around who is committed or obliged to contribute to the delivery of national and regional targets over a given period, and in particular the role of public funding in that space, whether it's a backstop or whether actually, as it currently the current role it tends to play is the government tends to be the primary funder of these environmental services of nature-based solutions. So it's the need to overcome the lack of scale, certainty, and liquidity behind the nature-based projects, which led us to our diagnosis in that original report, and subsequently to the formation of the Nature Recovery Coalition, which is seeking to come up with solutions to overcome those barriers.
Thanks, Guy. I mean, you've answered the exam question, I would say, and you touched on very, very key points in there. I'll pass on to Robert. It'll be really interesting to hear some of the things coming from you as obviously from the investment sector, particularly around the confidence that Guy mentioned and trust basically around some of these less obvious assets like nature-based solutions.
Yeah, thanks, Amina. I deliberately wanted to let Guy go first because he's a font of knowledge on this, and I knew that he'd effectively answer it on behalf of the full panel. So thanks, Guy, and agree with everything he said. Maybe sort of saying the same thing from a slightly different perspective. We set ourselves an exam question about 18 months ago now, which was, to what extent is it possible to structure a kind of institutional scale investment strategy with the explicit purpose of investing directly into a, nature, i.e. kind of fully diversified set of ecosystems for the delivery of environmental net gain and a range of ecosystem services in the manner kind of envisioned, I think, by this network of environmental NGOs, semi-governmental agencies, carbon regulators, academic research institutions, etc., that have for that sort of decade built the foundation of the kind of UK ecosystem service marketplace, if you like. And I think that the outside of the kind of existing mature markets of kind of forestry and agriculture, Guy's completely right in that the fundamental obstacles, I think, are a lack of contractual standardization, causing increased transaction costs. The need for, what we're really talking about here is that every transaction that's done is essentially bespoke. There's a different set of stakeholders that are kind of implied and involved in it, and so you have this bespoke contracting process every time. And I think also a big issue is when you're investing in nature-based solutions, one of the things that you're really concerned about is what's driving the return on capital. And the return on capital is driven by the sale of these ecosystem services, and the sale of the ecosystem services is a function of the ability to recognize the value of those ecosystem services, and for some third party to recognize that value and place a price on those ecosystem services. And that placing of a price is often a function of avoided cost where regulation exists. But where regulation does not exist, there is no direct, tangible, certain pricing mechanism. And that's another way of saying the same thing that Guy was saying, which is when you talk about certainty, investment tends to be quite bureaucratic. And the kind of investment universe, I think people who don't work in investment management often think of investors as these kind of like individuals with a huge kind of pot of cash, and they're trying to invest in things that are very lucrative here and there, but that's not actually how it works. It's a highly regulated value chain of institutions that are subject to significant constraints, about legal constraints about what they can and cannot do. And so certainty is not a nice to have, it's often a kind of prerequisite. And if an investment manager isn't able to say with certainty this is the price you can attract for this particular ecosystem service, then that investor would not sink the cost of bothering to structure a transaction in that particular ecosystem. And so what you find is you have this core of kind of natural capital assets, which is, woodland is a core one. Peatland is emerging as well, and then you've got kind of transitional agriculture. But outside of that, in particular to do with fresh water, I think we're probably all aware of the quite exciting and innovative models that have existed, often being facilitated by water companies. But beyond that, and beyond water quality, and into the more kind of holistic understanding and investment into, freshwater biodiversity and river health more broadly, it seems to have been, I think, a little bit left behind compared to some of the other ecosystem services. So if I was going to say one thing that'd be really helpful, one massive obstacle, actually, even beyond contractual standardization and all of these issues to do with transaction costs, which would sort themselves out in time, one immediate change would be the crystallization of some kind of liability upon certain companies in certain sectors, all companies in all sectors. I mean, the real driver of carbon is this net zero legal commitment. If there was an equivalent, a kind of nature regenerative liability commitment, a recognition of the value of nature to every sector of the economy, which we now can kind of substantiate with economics, that would unlock capital overnight, because then you would bother to invest the capital to standardize the transactional documents, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So that's my kind of number one thing. I don't want to overstate that, though. I would say it's not the case that it's not possible to structure institutional scale investments into nature. It is. It just requires a very specific skill set and a lot of work. But some investment managers are capable of doing it, and I'd say that we're one of them.
Thank you very much, Robert. Interesting perspective there, particularly from the investment sector, and liability and who carries the risk are some of the things that put hurdles sometimes in terms of delivering these on the ground and really starting to build scale. So Dave, your perspective in terms of having been involved in scheme delivery directly, particularly around payment for ecosystem services, what constitutes effective payment for ecosystem services, and what are the challenges associated with those? And we've heard from Robert in terms of fresh water, which I think would be particularly nice to set the question to you and to your involvement with the water sector in the UK and in France. Where are the differences, and what are the issues we see around payment for ecosystem services on the ground, really?
Okay, thanks, Amina. Just to just pick up on some of the previous comments, and to inevitably being an academic, I'll add an academic dimension, and really it comes down to the sort of theory of constraints. In terms of engaging in successful activity, whether that's through payment for ecosystem services or other activity, we need to have the motivation, the opportunity, and the ability. And it's about the dynamic of all the relationships that make this happen. You mentioned the PES scheme that we've been working on. So Channel Payment for Ecosystem Services, it's a huge project. It's a 4 million funded project with Interreg. We've been working on it over the last 4 or 5 years, and we're literally just coming to the end of that. We've got our final event in April. And what we see, echoing Robert's comments, is that in order to really address the issue, you've got to, each individual agreement is unique. It's both bespoke to the farmer or the land manager, and it depends on the catchment geography, depends on the nature of the ownership of the farm. One of the complexities is who, the tenant, particularly in the UK, is the tenant versus the landowner versus the manager, who, that's just one small area of issue. Equally, you've got, do you look at different forms of measure? So are you incentivizing farmers based on outcome, or are you funding them for specific initiatives? And what we're finding is that In France, for example, the focus tends to be more on outcome related at catchment scale, and they've been very successful at bringing large numbers of farmers together. So if we look at Lavigne and Tremblay-Ormonville in Normandy, which are large catchments for Eau de Paris and Eau de Seine-Normandy, then they've been sort of up between 50 and 80% of the catchment is covered with PES agreements. Very much output oriented though. So they're incentivizing farmers to take action, and they're funding collaborative action as well by paying bonuses for the number of farmers engaged. And again, that's been hugely successful. That's much harder to implement in the UK. The reason is more down to the complex levels of ownership within the UK. And so the UK has tended, in the agreements we've had, have tended to focus more on funding intervention activity rather than output activity. So they'll pay for cover crops, they'll pay for equipment to manage cover crops, they'll pay for other forms of intervention building, bunds and that type of thing. So you can see slightly different range of agreements between the UK and France. As a result of which, France seems to be able to progress more rapidly than perhaps in the UK at this time. I think the other issue that we're finding is that where you have a single buyer for a single ecosystem, so water quality and the water companies' engagement, it's relatively straightforward to create an effective agreement, and that's certainly been the case in the Normandy region, and is the case in part in the UK with Southern Water and Portsmouth Water that we've been working with. It's much more challenging when you don't have a single buyer, and so you've got so there's no single water company involved. We see that in Brittany, in the Lac-de-Doux area. And there you have to create a more complex arrangement. And so what you're trying to do is identify multiple commercial buyers that again need to be dealt with on a single, a one-by-one basis, as Guy and Robert have mentioned. And there, what we're seeing is that it's really difficult if you've got multiple buyers and one ecosystem service. And really, you've got to have a bundle of ecosystem services. And so you've got multiple buyers, multiple ecosystem services. It really does require a broker to sit in between them, either an ethical charitable broker, or we're seeing the market brokers coming in as well. And so that's where you get complexity. That really hasn't been explored much at this point in time. We're hoping to get an extension to the project to develop that level of understanding.
Can I ask you a follow-up question to that? Obviously, the Rivers Trust as a movement and other NGOs do move in that space of ethical brokers many times with payment for ecosystem services. What are your experiences in terms of having organizations such as the Rivers Trust and others going into that space? And then there's the other side of it, the sort of intermediate organizations that come with the investment readiness knowledge and the financial knowledge to start to build up scale in terms of markets. Where do you see particularly that sort of ENGO role in being the ethical broker? And I'm seeing, just scanning through the questions, a lot of concern around corporates and wanting to do profit more than nature investment and the resilience of nature. So I think it's quite a valid question. What do you see from your experience, ENGOs playing a role as brokers?
Yeah, so one of the partners in the project is the West Country Rivers Trust. They played a very active role in what we're doing. And the areas that they're looking after down on the Lid and the Garra are areas that don't have a single buyer. And so they have very much been driving this, this multiple buyer arrangement, working with people like Ambrosia to come up with agreements. They are users, so that's helpful. They are water users, but equally, it's, you know, you're trying to set up agreements with non-organizations. When we look at the idea of the broker, they've got to be trusted. So there's the concept of a trusted broker, and really the commonalities there are, you know, things like transparency, so open to questioning, scalability, you know, trying to attract large buyers because that's helpful, and then it needs to be fair. I think for the sort of for-profit brokers, you know, things like honesty needs to be achieved through verification and accreditation. So there's a role there. I guess you need to be worried about things like profit, marginalizing negative impacts, and there's a tendency for brokers to be specialized. And so you're looking at a layering of the market. So a market for carbon, a market for biodiversity, a market for water quality. Whereas with the charitable, the sort of, or the ethical brokers, the NGOs, the river trusts, then I suppose that honesty comes with the charitable mission, but it still needs, I think, some verification. And then surplus. If you make surplus, what do you do with that surplus? Ideally, you want to be seen to invest it back into the area in which the organization is operating. It's probably easier for an ethical or NGO broker to group the schemas together based on that mutual trust and have that direct contact with the farmers and land managers in the area.
Thank you. And Guy, I was going to come to you. You've got your hand up anyway. Do you want to weigh in on that one?
Yeah, thanks, Amina. I mean, I've seen the questions coming in, and I felt I reflected that we've jumped straight into a fairly involved discussion on market design, regulatory barriers, and so on, without addressing the sort of first principles question around why markets, and what is the rationale for environmental markets per se. And I mean, if I could step through my kind of my personal sort of chain of logic here, it starts with the analysis published in the Dasgupta review of the economics of biodiversity last year, which essentially said that the problems and the challenges that the Rivers Trust movement is here to address is symptomatic of deep-rooted institutional failure, right? So that reflects on the way we've organised ourselves as a society, the systems and process and governance that dictates markets, and the failures of a market economy in addressing these types of externalities, right? So we've got to just put that out there and say that. Now, there's then a philosophical choice around whether we believe that starting to value those services differently and address those externalities and bringing those externalities into a market system fundamentally undermines the intrinsic value of nature and the services it provides to us, and people will have a difference of view there, right? But my view is effectively a pragmatic one, and it really rests on the issue around funding and how we start to address the very significant investment gap required to deliver our environmental recovery goals. The Green Finance Institute published a piece of work last year looking at this and identified a gap between public funding, available public funding, philanthropic funding, and what is required to deliver the UK's environmental recovery goals, and identified that gap at £44 billion just to achieve environmental recovery goals between now and 2030. So it's a very significant gap. And my personal belief is, and I've come out of a role leading a public body, and I have reasonable experience of how the public sector works, that irrespective of the good signals we're seeing from government through the Environment Act and the establishment of a transition from agri-environment to a system of public funding in public goods, that is just not going to shift the dial when it comes to the type of investment we're required here. So that's the kind of philosophical choice we face. You either buy into that or you don't. If you buy into it, as I do, you look at existing markets, you look at the role of markets in reducing transaction costs and therefore creating value and attracting investment, and you look at established markets and environmental services and what, for example, mechanisms like the renewables obligation has done in driving significant investment into, in this case, technologies to decarbonize our economy. You look at markets in air quality, you look at markets in energy efficiency, and you can see what can be achieved to drive and attract investment in what are effectively distributed services to deliver environmental outcomes. And then finally, my point would be targets are not sufficient to act as a mechanism to drive that investment. And really, that's what the Financing Nature Recovery Coalition policy framework is all about. It's about trying to establish some rigor around a system of market governance, operation, and design, which will both promote trust and confidence in the environmental services being generated by nature-based projects and switch on that investment, which is, comes back to my opening remarks really about overcoming the complexity around existing regulation and incentives. So, and final point in this is the point you raise about the role of NGOs and brokers in this, Amina, because for me, this is about the creation of a whole new sector. It's a whole new supply chain, the delivery of nature recovery on the ground. That supply chain, if you look at established markets, requires a series of different actors. It requires project investors, and it requires intermediaries to operate markets and to be accredited as trusted brokers of those markets. It also requires developers of projects, and requires new capabilities in standard setting and accreditation, monitoring, and developing projects to high standards. And in all those capabilities, there is a very significant opportunity, I would say, for the Rivers Trusts and established environmental NGOs to build a more sustainable business model around those types of capabilities on the ground.
Thank you. Yeah, I think we're getting some really good comments around what you're saying there, Guy, and I'd be interested to hear from Robert. And just picking up on that philosophical question around profit versus doing what's right. And I think, Guy, you're absolutely right. It's being pragmatic about some of these things, not reinventing the wheel. There's plenty of good examples where things have been done. It's just about bringing some structure around that. Robert, how does this work for the investment sector? And particularly, Federated Hermes are doing a lot of work around reaching out to NGOs as well. So clearly, there's a need there, or a willingness to build some bridges and making sure that this is the holistic view and it is about nature, it isn't just about profit. So it would be interesting to kind of get your reflections on what we heard from particularly from Guy, but also from Dave, and some of the comments really. Yeah,
I mean, these are fundamental, massive questions. my thoughts are that I'm actually happier, similar to Guy. Maybe some small caveats. I'll change. I mean, even Guy mentioned the desk up to review into the economics of biodiversity, which was sponsored by the Treasury, and there's a number of other reports that have come out at the kind of UN level and others that are, mammoth reports using often neoclassical economics to value nature. And I'm deeply skeptical about neoclassical economics in general. I'm deeply skeptical about the ability of markets to solve problems efficiently. But I think to Guy's point, taking a step back, for me, it's even more simple. I'm kind of pre-desk up to review, pre-economic justification. I'm happy to accept, and it's kind of my personal belief that there is, an inherent value to the natural world. I grew up on the edge of the Yorkshire Dales, and personally and emotionally, it's kind of been a massive formative force in my life. So I'm happy to simply, starting on the premise that it is the right thing to do, it is a necessary thing to do, and it is priceless. I'm happy to start on that premise. And then your choice is, well, how do I, if the end goal is regenerating nature, treating it in the way it needs to be treated, in our current political economy, I need capital to do that. I need cash. And where does that cash come from? And you effectively have two choices. One is the government, the public purse, us. Or the second is sources of private finance, which quite often is also us. Is what people don't often realise is when we're talking about investors, they're often pension funds, and they're our pension funds, and they include NGO pension funds actually. So we're not really. I often, you know, it's interesting. A decade ago, I was very interested in political economy, and I was deeply sceptical of people who said they were pragmatists. We have to be pragmatic, you know. I mean, Tony Blair was a pragmatist, and actually, it's often seen by some people who are deeply suspicious as a kind of euphemism for the status quo is correct and shouldn't be challenged. I don't think it is. I do agree with the guy. I think actually there is a kind of a virtuous pragmatism, an enlightened pragmatism that understands that there isn't actually a kind of binary choice. If you want, even if you want to see a kind of fundamental systems change in how nature is financed, beginning to do that by establishing market structures, formal structures that enable heavily regulated pots of cash that might be pension funds, that all of our pension funds, to invest in doing that good stuff that people want to see, that doesn't preclude a shift in a systems change that will inevitably lead up with a larger public burst funding of nature. So they're not incommensurate. It's also to do with how you understand how systems work and what you want to see. And I'm focused on the end goal. That's it. I just want to see, you know, the maintenance, protection of the beauty of nature. Don't want to see it commodified, okay, spliced up. And actually, once you understand how institutions and systems work, you appreciate the need for the creation of markets. And they're not going to be efficient, but they will funnel more money than the public purse will now, and probably for the next 5 years, and probably the next 10 years, given the reality of the political economy in which we live. So that's my starting point. And it's interesting. I think I'm seeing the comments coming in. I think it's very fair and correct to be suspicious of the interests of private capital, and I think to retain that suspicion is a healthy thing. But what we also need, I think, is a mechanism to establish trust between kind of grassroots organizations, those suspicious of private capital, and private capital itself. And I think when we talk about the role of NGOs, the idea of them being brokers is interesting. I think more for me, what I'm more concerned with is making sure that the standards, the forces that actually influence what is being done with the capital on the land, in the rivers, in the sea, that is informed by science. And I think that's the role of the NGO. So some kind of, you know, national level institution with, you know, chaired by all of the different environmental charities in the country, feeding into what it means to do BNG, what it means to do carbon, what it means to do salt marsh, what it means to do X, Y, Z. That's how you could establish the trust, because then it doesn't really matter who the broker is, because what is being bought and sold, everybody knows it's of high integrity and is not being driven by the choices of the corporates, being driven by the experts. That's my thoughts on that.
Thank you, Robert. And I think it sort of answers that question that Guy set out, which is, before we kind of do a deep dive into the market's mechanisms, is why do we need markets? And I think it touches on that. Is it for profit? Is it for delivering value? And I think you've answered that quite well. It is to deliver value. And that is above everything else. But what I'm hearing, kind of diving again into some of the mechanisms, is the sort of holistic view. Markets for nature are very different, or nature functions very different. It needs to be seen as a system. It needs to be holistic. And Dave mentioned the example in France, where the focus is more on outputs and outcomes rather than the individual interventions. I'll go back to Guy now and talk about that big elephant in the room, environmental regulation, and how, from a water company's perspective, what is the issue? Water companies continue to be one of the biggest investors in the country in terms of the environmental markets, particularly to deliver national environment programs. How can we get more into that outcome-based approach, if that's what we're hearing today is what's needed to drive us more and more into better approaches in terms of investment? What is the perspective there in terms of water companies? And I guess I'm asking a question from personal experience as well, Guy. We've had a chat about this many times. What needs to happen in the water sector to catalyze environmental markets?
Thanks, Sabina. So, I mean, and by the way, amen to everything from Robert. I was only going to add that we're all part of the problem, in the sense that we're also buyers of goods and services from the market as consumers, and that's something we sometimes neglect to sort of call out in these sorts of discussions. But just so coming to your question around the role of existing regulation there's a very significant opportunity, right, in the sense that government has now, we have a world-leading piece of legislation actually in the Climate Change Act, well established, and now has translated that into the binding targets behind each of the 10 goals of the 25-year environment plan. It's the opportunity to drive the investment in the improvement, which Robert has touched on, and the need to deliver those targets, which is, I think, the game changer here. So, whilst I'm not, I see the Environment Act as a tentative step in the right direction. There's a lot to do to put flesh on its bones. I do think the very act of creating those binding national targets is a very significant game changer. The debate around the regulation of the water sector conflates a number of things. It conflates some of the fallout from some of the behaviours of certain companies in respect of financial engineering, overgearing, and so on, and the well-established and well-documented breaches of licences and illegal pollution incidents, with the need to try to establish mechanisms to drive better choices around investment. The storm overflows debate is a great case in point where more precision is required around the right blend of investment to address what is a significantly entrenched problem we've inherited from the way we developed our infrastructure, our essential infrastructure in the Victorian era, with what we are talking about today, which is how do you establish obligations and mechanisms to move the water industry into the role that it could and should be playing, which is providing as essential providers, as essential service providers rooted in their regions, which is essentially place-based environmental leadership. That is the very significant opportunity that attracted me to move into the water industry. And the answer to that question then is go back to the Environment Act, is how do you translate those targets, those national targets, into mechanisms that will deliver bottom-up land use change and the improvements to enhance the resilience of our catchments. And that will really hinge on the ability for water companies to be given obligations that are controllable. So targets that the company can actually deliver, and also have flexibility around how they choose to deliver those targets. Existing environmental regulation is incredibly prescriptive, and it's based on inputs and outputs regulated by the Environment Agency. And there's quite a significant, there's a requirement for a very significant pivot to a system of regulation that enables water companies, incentivizes water companies differently, effectively, to get more for the environment at lower cost. We've done a lot of work on this at Wessex Water with Frontier Economics, and we published a report last November outlining our proposition for government and regulators to enable a shift through the water industry to a system of outcome-based environmental regulation at the next water price review. And the two things that would facilitate that shift are going back to the importance of the interplay between economic and environmental regulation here, enabling water companies to take the water quality targets soon to be consulted on by government and translate them into targets allocated at a catchment scale as outcomes, and moving away from that input-output regime that the Environment Agency has relied on in the Water Industry National Environment Programme. And then secondly, for Ofwat to level the playing field, so that the delivery options and the options for all parties are equal. So it's putting the right incentives in place, the right price controls in place to incentivize the most efficient choices. Those two things, if the regulators have the agility to act upon them, could switch on a very significant shift in the role of the Environment Agency, the role of the water companies in investing in their natural environments and their catchments at the next price review. If we don't take that, we're fundamentally then waiting until 2030, the subsequent price review, 12 years after the publication of the 25-year environment plan, to find a model that's actually going to shift the dial in respect of the role of the water sector in delivering place-based environmental leadership. And given the highly regulated and homogenous nature of the sector, that seems to me to be would be a very significant missed opportunity. And the final point I would make is that becomes then a test bed for rolling out that model of regulation to other sectors, housing, highways, the agricultural industry, where there is equivalent need for that precision and clarity around the obligations of those sectors to deliver against those environmental improvement targets, to deliver the 25-year environment plan.
Thank you, Guy. And I think staying with water, I'm just picking up on some of the questions on the Q&A. Appreciating the current fragmentation around payment for ecosystems markets, does the panel think that water is actually the currency of natural capital? And Dave, it'd be good to get your views on that.
I think it's the current currency. I think that water quality is a key driver that everybody can relate to, particularly at a community level. You know, everybody sort of benefits from improved water quality. You can see it. I think that the challenge, though, as I said, is that water quality by itself is in certain instances can create a viable market, but doesn't address all of the issues. And I think that really moving forwards, we should be looking at soil health. And soil health is possibly a better capture of the whole ecosystem, because soil health is about water, is related to water quality, is related to carbon sequestration, is related to biodiversity. And so ideally that's where you would be moving towards. I think farmers get that, but I think the general population might struggle with that at a level. And so water quality absolutely critical in terms of an enabler and a facilitator for everything else.
Thank you. There's another question there. I think the theme, obviously, this being a Rivers Trust conference, is water. From Simon Evans, do you think current rapid reduction in flood return periods versus rainfall events will create an economic and not regulatory imperative to link the beneficiary of the changes required with the land managers? And I'll just open it to the panel if one of you wants to pick that one up.
A highly technical question. I mean, you might need to read it again.
Absolutely, yeah. A brain teaser, Robert. Probably one to think about, but yeah, interesting. And there's other things around funding.
Yes, Amina, the answer is yes. There you go.
Yes, very short and sweet. There's another one on the Q&A. Would a comprehensive Green New Deal generate funds to reverse the current crisis? And I think picking up on this, Guy, perhaps it'd be good to get your views, particularly around, you've mentioned blended funds and public funding. So just get your reflections on that.
Sorry, Mina, would you mind repeating the question for me?
Would a comprehensive Green New Deal generate funds to reverse the current crisis?
Conceivably, I mean, it really depends on what is meant by a Green New Deal. But yeah, and there's a very significant gap between the rhetoric of government, the PM's plan for a green recovery, and the kind of reality in terms of the kind of political capital that's being invested and what is required to make that happen on the ground. So if by that we mean a very significant change in the energy invested across government into driving investment in a green recovery, then I'm all for it.
I'll just pick up one last question from the Q&A before asking you to just give us your elevator pitches in terms of the conversations today. How will, and Robert, I think this one is for you, how will green investors earn their return on investment from funding nature recovery?
In a variety of ways. The first thing just to stress, because I've seen lots of comments in the Q&A about this, is just two things always to mention is one, there is a difference between investors and companies. So when you say investors, you're actually talking often about agents that are investing other people's capital, often pension funds. So it's not kind of private individuals. Secondly, the return on investment from investing in nature-based solutions outside of existing mature markets, i.e. agriculture and commercial forestry, is low, if not negative. So there is often, one of the reasons there's often grant funding involved in lots of the markets for nature-based solutions, including actually woodland creation, even just despite the forestry market, is that they are dependent on being subsidized because they do not generate a private return on capital. So firstly, just the idea that there's kind of investors going in and generating surplus profits from all over the place that are then they're just put in their bank accounts. That's not the reality. To technically answer the question, it depends. Broadly, it depends, firstly, whether you attempt to acquire the site or not. So whether you acquire the land, riparian area, freehold, whatever it might be, or not. Obviously, the preference is probably to make sure that most of the time you do not, because then you're not adding to land price inflation, which has these adverse social impacts, which people very rightly point out. So if there's a way to kind of structure things based on leasehold management arrangements, that's always preferable. If you do acquire the land, you obviously benefit from the land price inflation. If you don't, then really what you're talking about is the products of the water, freshwater, saltwater, land itself. So it's the sale of ecosystem services. And this is what I meant back is in order to sell those ecosystem services and generate a return on the capital you've invested to provide the OPEX, the operational expenditure to do the stuff, you need to have buyers. In order to have buyers, they need to have reasons to buy, and reasons to buy need to either be kind of reputational, strategic, avoided, semi-regulated, avoided costs, like in the instance of water companies. So it's driven by the sale of ecosystem services predominantly is the technical answer to the question, but it's not a mature market. It's not a market that generates high private returns for private investors. What we're really thinking here is investors with the ability to invest for the long term, which tends to be pension funds. So all our money trying to find a way to benefit nature and structure that in order to generate a return on capital to make sure people's pensions don't go down. That's what we're actually talking about.
And thank you, Robert. And there's lots and lots of questions in the chat at the moment. I think we'll stop there. We've got about a couple of minutes to go, I think. So can I ask each one of our speakers, just give me your elevator pitch. We started by asking what are the barriers to large-scale investments in nature. What I'll ask you now is your top 3 or top 5, whichever way you think it's suitable. Your top 5 things, let's call it, in terms of enablers. What will enable the quick steps to action in the next few years? And I'll start with Dave, please.
Okay. Always good to go first. What I would say is that we have demonstrable evidence from the last 4 or 5 years' work that sustainable payment for ecosystem services at catchment level is possible. It is sustainable and it can deliver real benefits. We have genuine commitment from water companies in northern France and in southern England to continue to operate PES schemes. There are issues and those need to be addressed. There are challenges in terms of measuring outcome, absolutely, but we can do that. In order to make it happen, critical components is that it's about individual agreements. We have to work closely with the farmers and the land managers. In the majority of instances, they want to help. They just need to know how to help, what they can do, and they need to be confident that it's not going to cost them to do that. Farming's hard enough as it is. There genuinely is a need to move forwards into a multi-buyer public-private sector engagements for multiple ecosystem services. And there is a genuine role for a broker within the context of that relationship. That's probably enough at this time.
Thank you very much, Dave. I'll pass over to you, Guy, and it's really just, we're running out of time, so as quick as you can. Thank you.
Well, I'll maybe not make 5 then. I mean, first and foremost, we need a new demand side driver for nature recovery, and we need that PDQ. I've talked about how targets in and of themselves are insufficient. We need that policy signal that drives the investment. We have an opportunity post-Brexit for a very significant difference, significant rethink in how regulation incentivise the delivery of environmental regulations, and an opportunity, I think, for a complete transformation the way business it delivers these types of environmental and social benefits. And we need to take those long-term national environmental targets and translate them into local nature recovery targets in line with the nature recovery strategies to switch on that investment and provide opportunities for intermediaries like the Rivers Trust to support the project development and the creation of high integrity nature-based solutions on the ground.
Thanks. Robert?
From even quicker, everything David and Guy said, I also echo. I'd add a couple of things. One is, I think we need to not remain suspicious, remain cynical, I think, about the potential interests here of private capital. I'm not trying to mitigate that, remain cynical. However, find a way, whether it's an institution or some other mechanism, to establish a basis for trust between the community level organisations, environmental NGOs, and potential sources of what's called private capital. And I think the basis of that trust has to be established on the principle that it's the environmental charities, the NGOs, the community organisations that have the requisite expertise about what needs to be done. They need to be the ones that drive what the standards that we're talking about actually look like. So I think that, for me, is some sort of national level structure that would enable that to provide that trust, actually not at the investor end, but at the NGO community end. I think would be something that would be incredibly valuable, because then we can stop having the same 20-minute reassurance every time anybody speaks, and everyone knows that there's an easy way to identify greenwash from non-greenwash. That would be my one plug on top of everything else that David and Guy said about stacking, bundling, crystallising things in policy, etc.
Thank you, Robert. And I think you finished that on a really good note. And I certainly will be reviewing this recorded session and made lots of notes. But thank you very much for your really valuable contribution. It certainly generated a lot of comments, and it's worth watching this again. And thank you to all our panelists. And over to you, Christine and Becca.
Thanks, Amina, and thank you, Dave, Rob, and Guy as well. I'm actually quite blown away by how interesting and lively that was. So thank you all so much. As Amina said, there are a lot of questions left in the Q&A box, so I will invite you to stay on as panelists, and you'll have the opportunity to type answers to any of those if you're able to do that. Moving on now, we have the first of our lightning talks sessions from the conference. So in this one, I'll just briefly go through them, and then I'll hit play on the video. So we're going to start with an animation that was made for the Rivers Trust State of Our Rivers report late last year, which is available on our website, and it's proved to be a really, really useful tool for finding out about river health, both on the national scale in England, but also in your local area. So that's the first one. We'll then have an exclusive preview of the river film that Christine was talking about earlier, with the words by Robert Macfarlane. Then we'll have the first of our poetry from Deborah Watson. Then we'll move on to a quick animation from the Water for Tomorrow project, which is one of our newer projects here. That's an international project. Then some more poetry. Then we'll have a bit of photography, a bit of visualizing rivers from a master's photography student, Mark O'Halloran. And then we'll finish off with another poem. After that, we'll go into a break and then reconvene at 11 o'clock for the next session.
Rivers shape landscapes and history. When they thrive, so does nature, and so do we. But the balance can shift. From the 18th century onwards, we used rivers to farm, build, and travel more than ever before. As our population grew, biodiversity shrank. Pollution and our waste killed wildlife, created disease, and caused a stink. Eventually, new laws were passed and sewers were built on a huge scale. Many rivers recovered, but new pressures mounted. Today, climate change is making a real impact. Farming, sewage and waste still pollute our water, plus invisible threats like microplastics and hormones. Wetlands and floodplains are cleared for development. Weirs and dams block fish from swimming upstream. We have drained too much life from our rivers. So we need to act again, and fast. We need solutions that build resilience and offer benefits all round. We need to bring nature back to the water cycle, using trees and wetlands to encourage biodiversity, filter pollution, slow the flow, recharge, revive, and cut the carbon cost. It's time to break down barriers and build better partnerships to protect, restore, and enhance our rivers. The Rivers Trust, for thriving rivers and communities.
Hi, I'm Jennifer Peterman. I'm the director and co-writer of River.
Hi, I'm Robert McFarlane. I'm also one of the co-writers on River.
We're really excited to be bringing our film to the UK and Ireland.
So join me and Jen on the 16th of March for a nationwide preview and a Q&A for this cinematic musical odyssey as we explore this ancient relationship between humans and rivers.
Until then, take an exclusive sneak peek at the film.
To be truly alive, a river must be wild. Willful and unhindered. Yearning for the ocean, its only purpose is to descend.
The Rother by Deborah Watson. The river does not choose where it begins nor where it ends, but miraculous springs from the ancient weald, and like a joyous ribbon unwound, wends its way to Rye, picks up all the debris and detritus of modern living, and I wonder really if the Rother resents that it cannot exist just for its own sake. Instead must scrub and scour as it goes, glowering absorb acidic pesticides and overtaxed, soak into its flow sewage and stench all the way to the river mouth, to burp into the wide vastness of the sea a litany of odorous complaint. I wonder if the sea berates the river, or simply accompanies it with cool, calm hand. Surely both are exhausted.
Water covers over 70% of Earth's surface, but only a fraction of this is fresh water. In fact, less than 1% of all water is easily accessible and ready for us to drink, to water our crops and manufacture goods. With climate change, our world is getting hotter, and this means more and heavier rain in the winter and less frequent showers in the summer. And that leads to droughts, more intense droughts, more frequent droughts. Add population density, food production, manufacturing, and energy suppliers, and our water system can quickly become stressed. And this means less access to water for all of us. You heard me right, all of us. Even here, yes, even here. And here? Definitely here. And what about here? Yes, also here. As the world gets drier, we're going to have to make some difficult decisions about who gets access to water when. Climate change, increasing demand on the water supply, not sharing water well and openly equal a water system under more and more stress. If we can adapt and find ways to use water better, we can secure our water for tomorrow.
If I drown, pulled down to the river ground by dark arms, hands and wrists, whose thick finger lying in wait without a sound, for the poor fools who thought they could challenge the silk-adorned arbiters of balance, dropped over embankments by faceless guards, whose liege lord is the golden coin that clangs heavy against stone like God's own church bell. The days I've spent staring at her waters, lost in her eternal exhales and swells. The bodies I see, lambs thrown to slaughter. Some say the corpses that wash up on low tide belong to sinners, thieves, and blasphemers. That the ripples left are silent echoes, warnings with a meaning that everyone knows. This Thames is how they seek to cleanse the land, to scrub the city serfs under the surf. For this land is theirs, her laws theirs to twist. Better to have them think you don't exist than play the villain in their mama's farce.
Hello, my name is Mark O'Halloran and I'm a photographer living in West Sussex. Thank you ever so much for this opportunity to present to you my latest work, Still Waters, which represents the final major project of my master's degree in photography and looks at how we deal with raw sewage. It was inspired by last year's record fine of £90 million for Southern Water and, in Mr. Justice Johnson's words, their shocking and wholesale disregard for the environment. The basis for the work is the location of CSOs, or combined sewage overflows, in my home county. Using the River Trust sewage map and the recorded spillage data for each CSO in 2020, over the course of 3 months, I repeatedly visited these locations at different times of the day, travelling to the likes of Chichester Harbour, Fittleworth, Shoreham-by-Sea, Pagham and Littlehampton. Using a combination of photography and text, my project explores the threats posed to the coastline and rivers resulting from our failure to deal with raw sewage. Rooted in citizen science and citizen journalism, my aim is to increase awareness of these risks amongst the wider public, stimulate debate, and to foster collaboration between myself and both local and national action groups. This topic is, of course, a highly emotive one. However, I was keen not to over-exploit this. I purposefully avoided taking photographs of direct evidence of sewage, although this certainly would have been possible. Conversely, I did not want to produce images which over-dramatise the natural beauty of these spaces. I feel that allowing the viewer to bring their own experiences, emotions and thoughts to any photograph is often a far more successful approach. Therefore, I have aimed for a more immersive feel to the work, with many of the images being slightly abstract in nature. In addition to displaying these photographs, the exhibition will also feature reproductions of the sewage map, as well as an installation of a tank filled with both test tubes and water from one of the locations. The work will be exhibited at Colonnade House in Worthing from Tuesday 5th to Sunday 10th of April, with a private view in the evening of Thursday 7th. Should any of you or your family or friends live locally, then it would be fantastic to see you at any point during the week, including the private view. Please do let me know. Finally, I am keen to use photography to continue working in this field, either furthering with this subject or exploring others within river conservation, which need addressing and highlighting. Therefore, I'd be delighted to hear from anyone who has any ideas, suggestions, or simply thoughts on the work and their advice. I would also be very keen to hear from any action groups should there be the possibility of future collaboration. Thank you ever so much for your time, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the conference.
Hello, I'm Olwyn Marriage. I'm a poet who also writes fiction and non-fiction, and I've been involved in environmental work of various kinds for many years. While rowing in our lovely scull in Devon one evening a couple of years ago, I received a very special treat. Revealed at evening. It was there. It was gone. It was followed by another one, so now I could see two at once, both blue as sky as they flashed past, as fast as lightning on a summer's night. Oh, the delight! After so many years of wanting to see kingfishers here, I'd looked in vain, but now, when I was least expecting them, they came to me.
Okay, so thank you to everyone who helped put those lightning talks together. Sorry about the slight glitch with the audio. For those who were looking forward to seeing the clip from the River film, we're going to share that trailer again now as we go into the break, and then we'll put the holding slides up and we'll all come back together at 11 for our sessions on pollution and regulation. So thanks very much, and we'll see you shortly. Emily, can you just share your computer sound?
Well, welcome back, everyone. I'm Mark Lloyd. I'm Chief Executive of the Rivers Trust, and it's my pleasure to chair this next session. We've had quite a roller coaster this morning, from environmental markets to poetry and photography and a beautiful film. I can't recommend River more highly, so please keep an eye out for that and take part in our Twitter competition. So we're now going to immerse ourselves, so to speak, in pollution and have a pollution spotlight. So we've got a series of presentations coming up. And Dave, if you'd like to activate your camera. I think we're going to go first with Dave, not Lizzie. So Dave, if you'd like to activate your camera, and over to you for your presentation. Thank you.
Thanks, Mark. So good morning, everyone. And is water quality in our rivers better than at any time since the Industrial Revolution? Well, these are some quotes from some organisations. So they're quotes from the Prime Minister, the CEO and Chair of the Environment Agency, and the body representing the water industry. And I think that, like many environmental scientists, we heard these claims and we're not that convinced. WWF convened a group of leading academics and some other people like myself to review the data and write this paper. And the aim was really to create a resource that could be used to inform the debate about water quality. The paper has been submitted to the Science of the Total Environment and is currently being peer reviewed. This is one of the longest time series of water quality in the world, which I wanted to use to show the basic information we use to do the analysis. The Industrial Revolution is generally agreed to have ended around 1840, and this water quality record for nitrate in the River Thames happens to start around the same time and run to the present decade. Blue star highlights the nitrate concentration at the end of the Industrial Revolution, and the green star shows the current nitrate concentration. The team identified 7 groups of pollutants that are of interest for human health, aquatic ecology and recreation. And this graph identifies when each group of pollutants started being used and therefore started to appear in the environment. And those are the red lines we can see there. And then when monitoring came into place and we were able to see them, the pollutants appearing. And so at this point, I think you can see that I've already drawn my own conclusions about how meaningful and useful the original claim is. So I'm going to focus the rest of the talk on the resource that's been created, which we hope will provide a sound basis for discussions about water quality now and in the future. The process that we used to develop the paper was really interesting, actually. Each member of the team drew a time series graph based on their understanding of water quality for each of the 7 groups of pollutants. We compared everyone's graphs and identified the differences and tried to reconcile them. And then we identified the sources and the pathways for each group. We also identified the key historic changes that would have fed through into water quality trends. The discussions led to a general agreement about the trends, and then the team went off to find data and evidence to either confirm or challenge the trends that that the group had agreed. So this is the first of the 7 groups. So this is sanitation related pollution, BOD and ammonia. And for each of the 7 groups, I want to focus just really on the changes that have driven the trends that we see. So the key change here is increase in population, which you'd expect obviously to increase pollution, but that was more than offset by increased treatment from the Urban Wastewater Treatment Directive, particularly around secondary sewage treatment in larger towns and cities. The first graph here shows reductions in ammonia after secondary treatment was installed in one works, and the second and third graphs show improvements in aquatic invertebrate after secondary treatment has been put in place. Next, we go on to metals. So generally, there's been a decline in industry, and that means a reduction in metal inputs, and you can see this in the trends. But abandoned mines and increased inputs from transports can still cause localized hotspots. Third group is sewage-related emerging organic contaminants. This group is highly uncertain, includes things like hormones and medicines. APIs, or active pharmaceutical ingredients, are probably quite effectively removed by treatment. So the Urban Wastewater Treatment Directive will have reduced them. However, they're still getting through in the treated effluent. But also we've got an aging population, which on the graph you can see here means increasing input of medicines. But I think the key point here is that we've got very little monitoring, so we can't really judge the size of the problem. And this could easily be the next water quality scandal after the CSOs. The fourth group is macronutrients, nitrogen and phosphorus. So if I take phosphorus to start with, the Urban Wastewater Treatment Directive and the reduced use of phosphorus-based products for cleaning means that point source inputs have fallen. In terms of agriculture, the graph on the right-hand side shows that arable grassland inputs are stable and have reduced a little, but arable inputs of P have reduced quite significantly because effectively because there was a really large store of surplus phosphorus in the soil. And this started being reduced when fertilizer prices increased in the early 2000s. But actually seeing the benefit of that coming through the system will still take some time. In terms of nitrate, the Urban Wastewater Treatment Directive again means that point source impacts have fallen. And in the grassland sector, we can see a consistent fall in nitrogen inputs over the last 20 years. But in the arable sector, we can see that it's absolutely flatlined. So in arable dominated catchments, we'd expect to see nitrate concentrations high and stable. Of course, if we have grassland plough up, then we'll see increases in nitrate concentrations. Fifth group is pesticides. Trends don't really make much sense for pesticides. You can see here that we've got half of them coming up and half of them going down. And that's because with pesticides, it's all driven by usage effectively. So a move towards more spring cropping will reduce pest pressure and therefore usage, which will could lead to falling trends, while as banning pesticides will mean fewer active ingredients on the market and therefore higher concentrations of individual active ingredients. The sixth group is acid deposition, where we've got from the EU directives in the 70s, consistent reductions due to reduced emissions. But again, we can expect, upland catchments are particularly affected by acidification, and we can also expect local hotspots of pollution from mine water and from transport. And then the final group is fecal indicator organisms, where we're highly uncertain because of the lack of monitoring, but we can anticipate that the Urban Wastewater Treatment Directive will have reduced FIO inputs because treatment reduces the input. And we can also expect that MVZ regulations and other farm agricultural regulations, which increase storage and improve the incorporation of slurry, will also have reduced FIOs from agriculture. However, the poor performance of CSOs will have been increasing FIO input. But again, as I said, monitoring is really quite poor at the moment, so it's really difficult to judge trends. So the future picture, effectively, is that climate change will increase event-based pollution with more intense storms, mobilizing sediment and macronutrients, and also event-based pollution from CSOs is likely to increase, all of which highlights the importance of more resilient catchments and infrastructure. We can also see that an aging population is likely to increase the input of APIs. So there's a real need to start monitoring those now so that we understand the trends and we understand how big the issue is. And we've got legacy issues both in groundwater and within the soil, which will both affect trends in the future. And the final kind of thing that we've got is a trend in regulatory monitoring, which is reducing, so that it may not be statistically powerful enough to pick up trends in the future unless it's supplemented by really good quality citizen science. So the final slide really about the lessons that I take away from the writing this paper with this group. The narrative for each pollutant group is really the foundation of a sound understanding of water quality, and this paper is a great resource for me. Anyway, it just it goes through all the different sources of pollutants and all the policy changes and activity changes that have driven the trends. So that gives you that kind of overall understanding, and then I can use it to understand the local water quality by picking out those processes that are most relevant to my local situation, and then using that local understanding to interpret local water quality data, or actually using that understanding to design additional monitoring that is required. And I guess the final point is really about, we've got the catchment monitoring cooperative starting up, and let's have a, we need as many people as possible to join it, and let's have a much more well-informed discussion about water quality and other issues in the future. Thank you.
Thanks very much indeed, Dave. That was a really interesting talk, and as you say, with age comes wisdom. We'll move swiftly on to Joe Bradley from Stormwater Shepherds.
Can you see my slide?
Yes, we can, Joe.
Thanks, Mark. Brilliant. Okay, so I'm Joe Bradley. I work for Stormwater Shepherds. We are a UK charity focused on reducing pollution from urban surfaces. And any of those of you who know me will know that I focus very much on road runoff, microplastics and plastic litter. What I wanted to talk about today, as you might imagine, is why urban runoff is the one source of pollution that still doesn't get the attention it deserves. So there's a massive shift and a massive increase in the awareness of pollution from storm overflows and pollution from agricultural runoff, in particular catchments across England, particularly. And that's excellent, and hurrah for all that press coverage and social media coverage and television programs and the River programme. They're all doing brilliant work, and it's warms my heart really that this is happening after 30 years of doing pollution prevention. But the one thing that's getting left out pretty much all the time is urban runoff, and that's what I'd want to just try and unpick for a few minutes this morning. The risk of pollution from urban runoff is huge, and I'll talk a little bit more about that in more detail as we go through the presentation. But it's heartbreaking for me that no one I can't seem to get people to care particularly. You guys do, but those who need to care don't care. It often falls between stools. We haven't any money to fix it, and it's never clear whose responsibility it is. That little outfall there that I've just shown you is an outfall of road runoff. And if you sample that, you will find it's got suspended solids massively in excess of what it should be, and also in excess of most sewage effluent discharges. The polyaromatic hydrocarbons in there will be in excess of the environmental quality standards, and the metals content, particularly copper and zinc, will be in excess of the environmental quality standard. And those discharges happen from an estimated 1 million outfalls every time it rains, obviously some worse than others. So every Rivers Trust, all of you in the room today, will have rivers on your catchment affected by pollution from road runoff. It's worse from motorways, trunk roads and busy urban roads. It's worse from congested roads, and it's bad, particularly oddly, I suppose, from laybys with overnight parking seem to be a particular problem as well. And so this pollution is going on everywhere. It's going on every time it rains, and the actual extent of it is unknown and unmeasured. It leads a little bit on from what Dave said in the presentation a few moments ago. The monitoring network has decreased over the last few years, but the monitoring network has never properly evaluated this pollution. That's a legacy problem from the old Dangerous Substances Directive monitoring, which required the Environment Agency to monitor where they knew they had discharges of dangerous substances. And then that was transcribed across when the Environmental Quality Standard Directive came in, and still there are no, or at least certainly until recently, there were no monitoring points that were specifically identified for measuring the impact of road runoff. So although these discharges do discharge priority hazardous substances in high levels, there is no monitoring in place to measure that and to measure the impact of that. So it's been really, really difficult for me and others over the years to try and get people to recognise this pollution because there isn't any monitoring. Luckily or unluckily, depending on which way you look at it, microplastics are really sexy and everybody wants to talk about them. And road runoff is the biggest source of microplastics from terrestrial surfaces, affecting global ocean pollution. So all of a sudden, there's a little bit of a focus on road runoff, but it's still not what it should be. And we can deal with it. I don't want to be Mrs. Doom and Gloom in the corner. So we can deal with this. We have an array of excellent treatment options across the UK. So in your Rivers Trust catchment, what you can do is find the worst outfalls and then either work with National Highways or the local highway authority to monitor the impact and then design an outfall treatment scheme. And there are lots of effective outfall treatment schemes out there. this image is the sludge from the bottom of an oil water separator. I get all the glamorous jobs. And it's a brilliant image, because if you imagine that if this hadn't been captured in the oil water separator, the vortex grit separator, it would have gone into the River Douglas. And so this is just one of several, probably tens of thousands of outfalls in the Greater Manchester catchment. And this one has a treatment device on it that protects the River Douglas from that pollution. But that's the only one that I'm aware of that's got a treatment device on. And so there is a huge piece of work to do here. The difficulty is lack of money. The difficulty is pretty much always lack of money. National highways do have some money to do this work, but probably not enough. And local highway authorities tend not to have any money to retrospectively fit treatment systems onto outfalls, which is what I would love to see them do. There are some local authorities in England that I'm aware of that are actively retrospectively installing treatment devices when they can. So they take the opportunity of a road improvement scheme or a new junction piece of work to retrospectively fit treatment systems in, and that's excellent. But this is too slow. Whatever we do and whatever we're doing, it's too slow, because this pollution is toxic and bioaccumulative, and we can't continue to ignore it. And there's another question that's come up in the last few years, is how does this affect river swimming? Many of these PAHs are carcinogenic. Benzoapyrene is particularly carcinogenic, and it's a substance of very high concern under the REACH regulations, particularly because of its carcinogenic nature. And we have no information on the effects of swimming in river water containing benzoapyrene. And I can't, I don't know if it's a problem because there is no research, but it's certainly something that could potentially benefit from some research as soon as we can, really, because more and more people are enjoying river swimming. And it's something that unsettles me, that we don't know and we're not looking, and we probably should be. But actually, from a river health point of view, this pollution is probably one of the worst pollution sources across the UK. And there's loads of focus on sewage pollution, and there's no focus at all on this pollution. And my feeling is that the needs of the aquatic creatures that live in the river probably should come first before the needs of river swimmers, because these creatures and microorganisms live in that environment, and we're poisoning them every time it rains. And so we need to understand that balance. We need to perhaps get that balance right between the needs of humans and the needs of the aquatic environment and the aquatic ecosystem. We're not doing that right at the moment. We're not putting enough energy into understanding the impacts of toxic pollution on the river ecosystem, and we need to get that better. And that said, if we do understand the pollution from road runoff and we make a better job of it, sewer overflow discharges will reduce anyway, because we will take road runoff out of combined sewers, and that will indeed give us improvements in water quality. This is a slightly niche slide for the scientists amongst you, and I don't claim to be an expert in this topic. It's just something I read about a lot. But these pollutants are toxic to aquatic life. But part of the reason they've been overlooked for so long is they don't kill things. So we don't get fish kills when it rains and road runoff runs into the river. We don't have dead zones in rivers immediately downstream of highway outfalls, because the nature of this pollution is really insidious. So these pollutants, the polyaromatic hydrocarbons, they cause harm. They affect the reproductive success of the organisms. So they don't stop reproduction, they just affect the reproductive success. They cause deformities, they cause sublethal effects, and they cause physical harm. So this image taken from Honda and Suzuki 2020, which I can share if anybody's interested, shows the effects on the spicules of a sea urchin caused by exposure to polyaromatic hydrocarbon. And this is the sort of effect that these toxins cause. It's very, very small, it's microscopic. It has a sublethal effect, so it doesn't kill the organisms, it just has a sublethal effect on their success. And this goes right down to the microscopic fungi in the sediment of the watercourse. So you're affecting the whole food chain, because the fungi would break down the organic matter. The organic matter would then become available to the microscopic flora and fauna as a food source. They would then feed the invertebrates, and the invertebrates would feed the fish, and the fish would feed the mammals and the birds. And so because we're not measuring this and we're not looking at this level of pollution and we're not investigating the extent of this pollution, we just don't understand it and we're not putting enough money into it. And I think that there should be a shift to put more emphasis onto this pollution to balance it up with sewage and agricultural runoff so that they all get equal attention. And it's all part of stormwater management. This is a lovely image, actually. This is a pond on the Broughton Bypass in Preston, which Lancashire County Council built as part of the Broughton Bypass scheme a few years ago. And it's an excellent example of treating road runoff. This is what you can build to treat road runoff. And it's a not particularly expensive device. It's an effective device, and it will protect the downstream river. Ironically, that particular river is also polluted massively by road runoff from the motorway network, but that's another story for another day. But if you manage this stormwater by doing retrofit suds, you do all the other things that suds do, which you guys know about. So we deliver all those multiple benefits, but we also take the stormwater out of the sewers, we reduce sewer overflows, we reduce pollution and improve river health, and we can deliver flood risk mitigation as well. So retrofit suds for stormwater management and retrofit suds for highway runoff pollution control are both excellent solutions. There just isn't enough money to do them. So we need money for research and we need money for solutions. So maybe it's time for a national stormwater utility levy, which is something that Stormwater Shepherds is talking about a lot at the moment to try and encourage that conversation to start. That's all I wanted to say this morning. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, Jo. Both alarming talk, but some solutions at the end of it. So yeah, a lot to think about coming out of that. And we'll move swiftly on to Andrew Singer, the UK Centre for Ecology and Hydrology. Hi, Andrew. Go for it.
Let's hope that the right screen is being shared. You can see that okay? I'll take that as a yes. Okay, brilliant to follow up on those two talks because there's a lot in there, really interesting. I'm hoping you can see the main screen and not my own view. So I'm going to jump right into it because it is a short talk. As has already been mentioned, we have seen a step change in the dialogue over the past, particularly the past 2 years, addressing wastewater and the environment and the degree to which it's a problem. So it has been stated that untreated sewage is dumped into rivers only as a last resort. Just this morning, woke up to a report that Wales is dumping 105,000 recorded incidents, which is seen to be an underestimate. And about a year and a half ago, a paper was published by Hammond and myself and others at the Windrush Against Sewage Pollution. And that paper used machine learning to reveal the extent to which the monitors underreport the spills. And so the reality of the situation stemming from this paper was that non-compliant discharges of untreated sewage are not rare. Discharges of untreated sewage during dry weather are not rare. And discharges of untreated sewage before reaching flow to full treatment is not rare. For all of the links, all the material, I include a link. So you could screenshot this if you want. Right, so that was back in early 2021. That was followed by a lovely panorama by Joe Crowley. And you can find that here. And that sort of really made it, what could be something that collects dust on the academic shelves to be more in the public's eye. So and those are really important to have. And then following on in this past year was the publication of the EAC report on water quality, which was fantastic to watch that and also read it. And then only a few days ago, Ofwat and the EEA are looking at all these issues that were raised in the paper. Obviously, the paper was a component of everyone else's work. It just is one of the very few academic efforts to try to get to the bottom of the problem. So obviously, I'm talking to the converted here, but it may not be fully appreciated why we care about sewage. It's the word sewage and wanting it in your drinking water or your environment is already incompatible, but I'll give you more reasons why it should be incompatible. So it's already been mentioned by Dave that pharmaceuticals are in the hundreds to thousands in sewage. Antibiotics happen to be the topic that I'll be talking about a bit later, but there's lifestyle chemicals like nicotine, and of course, illicit drugs can be very easily found. And just as a side note, which I'll try to keep to a minimum because I want to keep the time, that there are papers that show that methamphetamine can be found in sewage, and fish can get addicted to it. So we think that they're actually loving the warm temperatures in food of sewage, but actually they might be addicted to the drugs. There are biocides, metals in personal care products. So your anti-dandruff shampoo has metal in it. Biocides are everywhere. Industry, really just name a chemical and it's probably coming out of industry. The forever chemicals, PFOS, PFOA, flame retardants, things that you probably will not outlive. Those come from frying pans and flame retardants. And as Joe was talking, I was adding to the list of things that are in urban runoff. So we have oils and petrol, metals, salts. Tires are an previously uncharacterized risk to fresh waters. There are some now good papers on the breakdown products of tires create chemicals that kill salmon, and probably not just salmon, and microplastics are everywhere, so that's a no-brainer. The thing that I spend most of my time focused on is microorganisms. So there may be an assumption that the sewage treatment plant removes them. It is the mechanism by which sewage works actually work, and they come out in the tail end of it. And then there's a component of all bacteria, which is the genetic component, and we're now trying to speak about antibiotic resistance genes, the things that confer resistance. We're talking about them as a pollutant because they're so dangerous for humanity, really. So the moving into the why do you care about antimicrobial resistance? Well, that's a much longer talk, but what I can point you to is in 2019, the UK government came up with an AMR action plan, antimicrobial resistance action plan, and that spans for the 5 years. And the short version is they aim to reduce the spread of infectious disease and AMR in the environment, infectious disease and assess the sources and exposure risks, and assess suitability of existing regulations to minimize that risk. So to that end, there have been things very recently that have been kicked into action to really look at some of these aims. Some of them are funded specifically to address those aims, and some are just serendipitously doing so. One of them is PathSafe, which is an environment agency / DEFRA and FIRA project looking at AMR surveillance, mostly focused on food pathogens. But it will have very much an environmental component, and UXA is part of that as well, UK HSA. There's something called Chemical Investigation Program. It's funded by UCWIR, so that's the water companies themselves, but also with Environment Agency oversight. And that has a component looking at AMR. So we have data that within CH that where I am, which looks at the amount of drug resistance that is in the influent and at every point within the sewage works and in the effluent. And so there's a report that is probably within a month of being released to address that. And then there's a Wales report, which I highlight here. Oh, sorry. And that is one of the first, in fact, it is the first effort for Wales to examine very specifically the risks posed by antimicrobial resistance and the drivers of it to the freshwater environment. And they are funding an effort to look at the role that CSOs play in the distribution of AMR in the freshwater environment, which is fantastic. So I'll cite someone else for a change. This is Barbara in Bath's work, and she's also part of the CIP3 study. And in short, what she has found is that there's loads of antibiotics in wastewater. If the wastewater treatment plant is working well, you can probably degrade at least 50% of it. You probably won't degrade much more than 90% of it. Unfortunately, it's 90% sounds like a good number, but when you start with bucket loads of an antibiotic, 90% reduction may not be enough. The second thing is that antibiotic resistance genes, so the bacteria that come into a sewage works with these genes that would, if they were in you, prevent you from being treated effectively with an antibiotic. They come into a wastewater treatment plant, and they can come out of the wastewater treatment plant in even higher numbers. So it's very, very hard to predict which of these genes will increase or decrease. They could decrease quite substantially, which is great, which is why treating wastewater is incredibly important. And some of them could increase. And that is something that really needs to be addressed into the future with regard to solutions to that problem. And there are a whole host of solutions, which I have no time to talk about. But this paper on the right-hand side does talk about some of those solutions. The reason is that it, in short, talks about the use of modeling to estimate the amount of antibiotics in the environment. And the next step is to what is the relevance of that concentration to driving and selecting for antibiotic resistant organisms in your river. And it turns out you would need to reduce fluoroquinolones, which is one class of antibiotic like ciprofloxacin, and macrolides, which erythromycin would be one that you might have heard. So those two classes of antibiotics we need to reduce in their prescribing in the UK by about 85% to get environmental concentrations below the threshold that we think is the risky threshold, which is huge. There are many solutions that can contribute to that decline. And it's talked about in that paper. There is a DOI here as well as the top. So the important thing for everyone in the room, metaphorically, is that CSOs were not used, or the data for CSOs was not used in this model, which means that the model greatly underestimates the exposure in the environment of bacteria to the drugs, and also the amount of antibiotic resistance in the environment would have gone way up just because there's raw sewage going into it. Okay, the last slide is something that is becoming a soapbox for me right now. And I think everyone is probably on board, but they may not appreciate how important it is if they've not tried to submit an environmental information request. The assumption is that it's a satisfactory way to acquire environmental data. The reality is, and so on the left-hand side is an excerpt from the paper that I started the talk with, the Hammond paper, where he details the excruciating length of time that it takes to get data that is often not digitized. It's not accessible. It requires permission to have and not share necessarily. Data is often not supplied within the statutory period. In fact, it could be double or even longer than double. And the EIR rules are not interpreted different or are interpreted differently across the sector. So one water company will think that they are complying with the EIR rules by providing the data, and another will interpret it completely differently. And my example for that is below. I don't necessarily have time to go into it, but it's we're generating a national map of the sewer systems within the UK. During the pandemic, I spent a lot of time doing wastewater surveillance, and knowing where the sewers are is pretty important. So we have that data for all the sewage systems, barring one, and it's deemed not environmental data by that one. So some uniformity about interpretation or just simply removing these barriers would be a huge asset to those of us who are trying to understand the world and troubleshoot it. And with that, I think I am done. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Andrew. It's really great to see the chat and how many people are chipping in with links to papers and even connections being made via LinkedIn. So it's great. These talks are really inspiring a lot of thinking. We're a little bit behind time, but I'm going to give everyone the allotted 10 minutes. So over to Lizzie, from stormwater to agriculture, from Wensum farmers.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Lizzie.
Perfect. Let me share my screen. Can you see that?
Yep.
Perfect. Hello, everybody, and hello from sunny Norfolk. It's lovely here today. So today I'm going to take you on a whistle-stop tour of the Wensum. I'm going to talk about farmers, collaboration, and all things related to our beautiful river. So starting at the beginning, my name's Lizzie and I am first and foremost a farmer's daughter and I work as a farm advisor for the Wensum Farmers Group. So we are a collaborative group. Hopefully most of you will have heard of cluster groups, collaborative groups in some form or another. We are based around 10,000 hectares of the River Wensum. So we have a very large proportion of the river, which is very important, as I come back to later. Started in 2015, I was employed by them in 2018, and a real mix of farmers and farming businesses. Here's some of my lovely farmers smiling away. So obviously they employ me, we have events, they pay a membership, that's how we're self-funded, and I bring in extra monies which promote the group. We've got our own bank account and we're a community interest company. So what do we do? I'm going to split it into little mini sections. So the first thing is I'm providing them farm business support. And I'll come on to water testing and the role that that has had within all of the individual farm businesses, but also assisting them with their countryside stewardship. We're also in a DEFRA elm test and trial, which we're feeding back into at the moment. And it's providing them with advice, grants, training materials, discounts, all of the above. And if you have a look on my screen, that's one of my lovely farmers, Simon, with his cover crop trial. We do competitions and they get little prizes. So community is really important. One of my jobs is boosting the community within the group and sharing learning, peer-to-peer learning. So farmer-to-farmer learning is absolutely essential through group meetings, through group meals, and keeping them really motivated. Also, it's an opportunity to learn from other research, such as the UEA, which is our partner, and it's a support network. We're also creating landscape scale change. This is something lots of people talk about. How do you create on the ground results? And we certainly do that. From our turtle doves to our pond restoration to our hedgehog surveying, every single bit has a place in the overall mosaic of what we're trying to promote. Now, this is kind of what we're here to talk about today. It's the water quality aspect. And one of the important roles for our group is and it's become challenging assumptions and stigma. I'll come on to these pie charts a little bit later. Don't worry about reading all of those different pieces of text, but it's building a strong sense of ownership and a feel-good factor within the group, and then also understanding what are the issues that we face within our catchment. So this is a beautiful picture of the River Wensum. Wouldn't it be amazing if the whole River Wensum looked like this? It's a beautiful chalk stream, very rare species. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like this everywhere. Like most rivers, it's really under stress. And one of those stresses is agriculture. We know that. But there have been growing concerns across everywhere, all across the UK. You know, how can we revert the damage? How can we work together to promote enhancement from pollution? And particularly within the Wensum, it's a SAC site, special area of conservation, it's triple SI, it's got pretty much every designation, yet for the last however many years, we haven't been able to fix the problems. And this is kind of the focus point. Are the farmers to blame, or are actually we part of the solution? Now, within our catchment, we have so many different issues. For my farmers, we know we've got pollution. We know that we've got conventional agriculture dominating the catchment. So, you know, we have got a lot of arable and livestock areas. Now, the third one on here, organisational bias. Now, this is such a controversial one, and I am going to mention it because it is something that in my previous years working with this group, I have noticed quite a lot. We've also then got DEFRA, who are kind of leading in this command and control approach, which isn't always productive. We then got the polluter pays principle, growing population pressure, contaminated groundwater, and crucially, we have the threatened to grass us over. So hopefully, most of you will be familiar with diffuse water pollution plans. The Wensum had this plan created in 2019 and stated within that plan, it said, if the Wensum does not get better, there is a plan to grass over the full catchment, which would encompass all of my farmers. So when it comes to the pie chart on the top of your screen, if you have a look, we've got different colours. The yellow and the green together is the agriculture proportion, and then you've got blue, which is the sewage treatment work pollution. And when we realised that this was going on and we realised this was a possibility, we wanted to take control. And we also didn't believe that jointly we were 30% part of the problem. That just didn't sit right with us. So we started to take control. So we split our resources for water into two. We have on-farm water testing, which is me working with them very, very directly, one-to-one, looking at their farm, their farming system, because they are so diverse, looking at land drains, ditches, and creating a bit of healthy competition as well between members. And then we have the catchment-wide water testing. So at the moment, we are the only organisation testing across the catchment and looking at tributaries. Bearing in mind, we are a self-funded group of farmers and we are the only organisation. I've always found that pretty impressive. And we are now able, because we have data, to be able to challenge the apportionment model, that pie chart that I just showed you. And we now believe, after about a year and a half worth of testing, that it is a fraction of that 30% named as agriculture. Now, there's quite a lot, it's quite a busy slide, but if I take you to the top, this is an example of on-farm water testing. So I've been able to take 2 samples from one of my farmers. We've got 2 separate fields and I'm looking at phosphate and nitrate. So if we have a look at the non-cover crop fields, this is just a cereal stubble. And then we've got a cover crop field, so very similar soil type that are very close together. And you can see that the cover crops are having an amazing effect on the amount of nutrient leaching. So really staggering. And, you know, in terms of Water Framework Directive target, that's excellent. And that's really impressive. I'm not going to lie, there are some times where we get a high score, and I want to be transparent, but we're able to look at these situations and go, well, how can we change that in the future? And it's really important for the farmers to see this data, and I'll come on to that in a second. So this is just a quote from one of my farmers. I never thought about the nutrition I was losing through land drains. And so often when you're working with farmers, they are thinking so much about the soil, they're thinking about the crop, looking at the crop health, but sometimes they don't always think about the through flow and what's being lost from land drains. So this picture on the right-hand side, this is me with one of my farmers testing land drains and going, this is how much per ton you could be losing through nitrogen, for example. But generally, the phosphate losses are an absolute fraction. And that's what we're really trying to get at with the proportion model. Now, I know this is, again, another very, very busy slide. This is our catchment water testing. It's just a snapshot of a few months of what that catchment water testing is like. If I take you to one particular spot that I'm testing, P9, which is Winters Farm Drain, if you follow it along, so blue means excellent water, that's the WFT status. So if you look, it's excellent and good all the way through the year. Now, we did have 3 examples where it teetered up into moderate, and we were actually able to specifically work out what that was related to. And we've worked out it was down to some carrot washings being applied. So isn't that amazing that we could find that result coming through? The point is, on that segment, we are meeting the long-term River Wensum targets on a large agricultural farm drain that feeds around about 6 arable businesses. So coming back to that pie chart, there is no way that we can be eligible for 30% of that overall pollution when you have a look at this data. This is nitrates. So if we go back to that same point, so P9, which is one of my agricultural drains, you can see the full year we are excellent or good. So that's really positive, but it is challenging that model. And remember, the reason it's important to think about the model is because of that grassing over threat, which would drastically change all of my farmers' businesses.
Last minute, please, Lizzie.
Thank you. I'm nearly done. I'm getting there. So a lot of people ask us, well, what's next? And essentially, we are wanting to challenge the model itself, which is a SAGIS model. We want other sectors to take responsibility. That's a big, big controversial question. We're going to continue to record and measure and get all of the data that we possibly can. And we're going to continue improving water quality. And we can show that we have that positive impact, our water, and we can have a positive impact. So thank you very much for listening. I know that was very quick, but I look forward to your questions in the later session.
Thank you very much, Lizzie. A reminder again of the power of data. Right, moving swiftly on, and last of the presentations is Kerry Sims from the Environment Agency. Welcome, Kerry.
Thank you, Mark. Hopefully you can see my screen.
Yes, we can.
Okay, fantastic. So thank you very much for the invitation to come and speak today. I'm Kerry Sims. I'm a senior advisor in the chemicals programme at the Environment Agency, and I'm going to share today around our prioritisation and early warning system for chemicals of emerging concern, following up from some of the conversations that have happened in these earlier presentations on emerging substances from David, Joe and Andrew. So many chemicals that we have bring about benefits upon which modern society is entirely dependent, but environmental protection agencies around the world are facing a real challenge. The most recent numbers in terms of how many chemicals there might be come from a global inventory that there are 350,000 synthetic chemicals and mixtures registered for commercial production and use. Chemicals of emerging concern are sometimes referred to as emerging contaminants or emerging substances, but fundamentally we're always focusing on that same topic. And they come from a really wide variety of chemical uses, including industrial chemicals, UV filters, flame retardants, which can be in everyday products, plasticizers, tire breakdown products have been touched on earlier today, the plant protection products like insecticides, fungicides and herbicides, biocides, pharmaceuticals, veterinary medicines and cosmetics. Now, why might these things be of concern? The main cause of concern is usually the concentration that these chemicals are found in poses a risk, and that risk is usually because of the hazards posed by a particular chemical. But because they're emerging, we might not know everything that we would like to know about that chemical. We may not have access to as much information as we would like about its chemical hazards or about its presence in the environment. So how do we decide which emerging substances we might need to be concerned about? At the Environment Agency, we've developed a prioritisation and early warning system, PEWS, for our chemicals of emerging concern, which I'll tell you about over the next few slides. And that final question you can see there about what can we do about a chemical of emerging concern if we think it might pose a risk, links to the final part of our prioritisation and early warning system. Before I share too much about the prioritisation and early warning system, I just wanted to quickly touch on some of the environmental monitoring for chemicals of emerging concern that already happens and where we're currently evolving our work in that space. So for the substances that we report on, for example, in River Basin Management Plan reporting or classification, what you see in that reporting is just a subset of the substances that the Environment Agency currently monitors for. At the Environment Agency, we monitor for approximately 1,527 different substances through our standard monitoring approaches. We have the ability to monitor for new substances. So for example, the substances you heard about earlier about the tire breakdown products, the most recent substance to be added was 6-PPD quinone, which has been associated with mortality of coho salmon in the US, which is a breakdown product from tires. And we also have the ability to evolve our analytical methods that we're using to analyse the chemicals of emerging concern. So at the moment, we've chosen to look for 1,527 different substances, but what we're looking to move towards is to look to develop what's called non-target screening, which will give us intelligence as to what else is present in the environment that we haven't necessarily chosen to look for so far. And the best practice libraries should give us access to whether or not there's presence of up to 66,500 different substances, which is a big step change in terms of understanding exactly what is present in the environment. So we have developed a prioritisation and early warning system in response to the commitment made in the government 25-year environment plan, which was to explore options to consolidate monitoring and horizon scanning work to develop an early warning system for identifying emerging chemical issues. So the Environment Agency has developed this new prioritisation and early warning system, which covers England, to better understand our monitoring data and inform future priorities for managing the potential risk from chemicals of emerging concern. Specifically, when we're talking about this particular system, we're focused on the environmental exposure from substances, but we also do touch on the exposure of humans to those substances when they interact with the environment. We're currently expanding our work on the system to include further insights from academia, from other environmental protection agencies around the world, because we all face similar challenges, and through international collaboration specifically on emerging substances. So this slide gives you an overview of our prioritisation and early warning system. So the first thing that I would like to say is that there is an ability for anybody to nominate a substance. If there's a chemical that you come across in things that you're looking at and you want to nominate it, you can do that by emailing pews@environment-agency.gov.uk. And by doing that, you'll then nominate that substance into the system to ensure it's something that we consider. When we're looking at nominations, we look at our monitoring data, we look at what's currently present in some of the scientific literature, and we look at horizon scan information. And at the moment, we've currently got 1,390 different substances that have been nominated into this system. We then funnel that information into looking at sifting those substances to look at whether or not they're a priority for us to look at in more detail. Currently, we've gone through sifting 500 of those substances. We then look at screening, where we look at reviewing the exposure information, looking at our monitoring data and hazard information, and looking at those substances in a little bit more detail to be able to understand whether or not they're substances which we do need to be concerned about or not. And 169 substances have now gone through that screening step. That gives us a prioritisation score. And we've got two different types of prioritisation score, which I'll go through in a little bit more detail on the next slide. But really, I just wanted to flag that when we're talking about our prioritisation and early warning system, we're looking at several different parts of the environment. So we're looking at surface waters, both freshwater and marine. We're looking at our groundwaters, and we're looking at soil, biota, and sediment. Once we've got our prioritisation score, we then look at whether or not we might need to undertake potential interventions on a particular substance. And the reason that it's called potential intervention is that it might be that the work that we're already doing on that substance is covering off the risks that we have. But it might be that we might need to, for example, initiate new actions. It might be that we need to maintain what we're already doing. It might be that it's a really emerging substance and we need to put in place new monitoring for that substance. Or it might be that we've already taken the regulatory work that we need to, and we need to just park and review it and look at the long-term monitoring of that substance, which is hopefully a decline in the environment. And the final part of that process is looking at tracking and reviewing. So we go back and revisit the substances over time. I expect many of you will have seen headlines in the media, like the one that you can see on the bottom left corner of this slide, which was that Norfolk's rivers are at risk from a cocktail of cocaine, caffeine, painkillers, and other pollutants. And you might have wondered whether you should be worried or not about the river or about our wildlife being impacted by these chemicals. So I thought I'd start by explaining what our prioritisation and early warning system tells us about some of these different substances. So at the top of the slide, you can see a heat map, which is one of the outputs from our system. And you can see there that we've got cocaine, which is obviously an illicit drug. And you can see here that we've got, for surface water, that substance coming through as a priority 2, which means that we consider it as high risk, but with low certainty. And that we can also see that for soil, biota, and sediment, that it's flagging for further consideration. That means for us, it's something that we would want to look at a little bit more. For caffeine, most people, when they think of caffeine, they associate it with their morning tea and coffee. But actually, caffeine is registered as an industrial chemical under the EU REACH legislation at 1,000 to 10,000 tonnes per annum. The good news, though, is that from the work that we've done in the system, based on our current environmental monitoring data and the known hazard information for caffeine, we're able to demonstrate here that we're not concerned about caffeine in the environment. And that's really reassuring, because it means you can now have your tea and coffee in the morning knowing that you're not having any environmental impact that you should be concerned about. We've got a slightly different story here really for ibuprofen. So you can see here we've got ibuprofen as a painkiller. Across the board, we're seeing that we consider that as a high risk with high certainty from the risk to surface water and groundwater, and that we should see it flagging for further consideration for soil, biota, and sediment. So that gives you a little bit of an indication as to just exactly what this system and the process that we're following is able to tell us. But of course, the most important aspect of our prioritisation and early warning system is that we make use of the screening output information. So prioritised substances are screened for potential intervention and passed through to colleagues for regulatory planning work to be carried out. And we consider a substance's source, pathway, receptor model, the existing legislative framework that applies, and any known interventions that the Environment Agency or other regulators, if that's known, have ongoing already to establish where there may be any outcome gaps. We consider all 3 of the environmental compartments when it comes to the potential intervention step. So we look at air, land, and water. But we also consider what waste streams a substance might be present within, because waste disposal is often a significant pathway through which a pollutant can enter the environment. When we identify an outcome gap, we consider a range of possible interventions that could close that gap. And where resources allow, we look to introduce these. And this is often what involves work with our partner organisations. And our regulatory planning work highlights common gaps or themes across a range of substances, and we're currently developing a number of work packages to address these. So the slide that you can see here really just gives you a little bit more detail about what some of these different potential interventions look like. So the first thing is that the Environment Agency links into the approvals processes for the Health and Safety Executive, which links into, for example, the authorisations around biocides and plant protection products. And we get to feed in our environmental information to address any substances that are posing a high risk during those approval processes. From the work we're doing, we have the ability to make referrals to the development of new environmental quality standards or recommendations to be considered by JAGDAG, which is the Joint Agency's Groundwater Directive Advisory Group, which can then look to advise whether a substance should be considered hazardous to groundwater or not. And we have the ability to look at new monitoring. So for example, I've mentioned we've added some new substances as a result of this work. We've also got the ability to review further monitoring data to understand the longer term trends for some of these emerging substances. We have the ability to link into broader information sources, for example, from the Chemicals Investigations Programme outputs. We have the ability to link into liaison and engage with other regulators. So for example, the Veterinary Medicines Directorate. So we're currently talking regularly now with the Veterinary Medicines Directorate around reauthorisation of veterinary medicines that are being detected in surface water and groundwater data, because a number of those substances are those that are flagging as of concern. So for example, substances like fipronil or imidacloprid. We also have the ability to link into e-commerce regulation review. For a lot of the substances that we're concerned about, there's a great increase in terms of the products becoming available through online sales. So we link into work with, for example, eBay and Amazon to be able to ensure that we're ensuring that products aren't even reaching the market when they shouldn't be. And finally, we have a chemical compliance team at the Environment Agency, which has ongoing and future campaigns. So for example, through the work that we've done on this prioritisation and early warning system, we've had the chance to go back and revisit some of the substances that were of concern over recent years, and to go back and revisit sites that have historically used substances to ensure that they are definitely ceasing that activity with the first UK regulatory work under UK REACH. So the next steps for this system, one of the first things we are trying to do is to raise awareness of this work so that we can hopefully increase future nominations. We have the potential for the system to become UK-wide. We're currently exploring that potential with SEPA, with NRW and with DERA. Northern Ireland, to be able to ensure whether or not that is feasible. And our main focus now is onto this potential intervention part of the process. If you'd like to know more about PUs, then you can get in touch with me. My email address is there. And we also have a new mailing list where you can receive the outputs from any of the screening and any updates from the project. So if you would like to be added, then please get in touch. And then finally, that is just the email address if you would like to nominate a substance.
Thank you so much, Kerry. I mean, the sheer number of chemicals and the sheer number of pathways makes this, a huge challenge, I think, for all of us, and great to hear about that work. So we're going to move on now to the panel discussion about the importance of regulation. And just while, if everyone could activate their cameras, all the speakers, and we've got some new people joining the panel as well. But just to introduce this, I mean, for me, I think regulation just feels like a fundamental critical success factor, really, for getting to our goal of healthy rivers. And regulation really protects others, people from the action of others. It's sort of essential to the way we operate as a society. And we've heard, how advice can really help people do the right thing, but it feels to me that it really needs to be underpinned by firm, fair regulation to deal with the people who don't follow that advice. And I kind of think about, the drink driving message. We all hear advertising around drink driving, and it's all advice, and there's a lot of peer pressure. But that needs to be complemented by that risk of being caught and prosecuted. And I think we're all aware that there's kind of widespread breaking of laws by a range of sectors in the environment section, and very few prosecutions. And I think that leads to the failure of legislation which has been passed through Parliament. It's been all democratically agreed, and then those objectives are not met. So I mean, and the other point I think is that regulation, we heard earlier, is an essential part of creating these markets, which I think could unlock huge amounts of capital for delivery of our objectives. So, it's really important, and there's been a lot of focus on it in the past few years. We've got a huge panel and a number of questions to ask. So I'm just going to bring in 2 or 3 people for each question. Please do keep putting your questions in the Q&A, and we'll try to come to those at the end. But the sort of starter for 10, as it were, about nature-based solutions reducing pollution in rivers. And there were some questions in the Q&A from Caroline Murray on this. But I wanted to bring in Andrew Singer first on this. Can nature-based solutions deal with some of these issues that you highlighted? And then I'll come on to Joe after that.
Unfortunately, I think you have better people to answer that question than me. But before you go to them, what I could say is that there are some problems that nature-based solutions might not be the best answer. And one of the things that I mean, this is on the periphery of my expertise, but the things that I have run into is that there are some unforeseen things that can occur when embracing nature-based solutions that could actually go the opposite direction. Sort of an example, I mean, when I presented the wastewater treatment plants, the amount of resistance genes that come out of a sewage works could actually increase, then go down. And the same thing could actually occur in a wetland, for example, because not only is the same phenomenon in theory also happening in a wetland, but you also attract a lot of organisms that like to poo in wetlands. And so your load of poo might have actually increased. That being said, I think lots of people do have a lot to say on this topic, where it is the right solution and it should be embraced. So I just would pass the torch over to those who have hands up.
Great, thanks, Andrew. Joe, I'll come to you next, and then I'll go to Helen and Dave.
Thanks, Mark. Needless to say, you would all expect me to say that, yes, I think nature-based solutions can be part of the solution. I blooming love them, not just because of the pollution prevention that they offer, but all the other things that they offer with habitats for wildlife, pleasing places for people, flood risk management, all those benefits. But there are some buts in there. One is, don't try and use nature-based solutions for heavily contaminated road runoff, because it's too toxic and you just end up with a toxic pit of doom with a few plants dead in the middle, and it's a disaster. So please, nature-based solutions in the right place, and we've got to maintain them. You know, your nature-based solutions don't last forever without maintenance, just like your vortex grit separators and your gully pots. These things need maintenance, and we have to find money to maintain them. But yes, they're a solution in the right place, and blimey, we need more of them. Hurrah for nature-based solutions.
Thanks, Joe. Helen.
Thanks, Mark. And I'm Helen Wakeham. I'm the Deputy Director for Water Quality, Groundwater and Land Contamination at the Environment Agency, and responsible for regulation of water quality issues. So really topical conference for me to be at. I recognise the toxic pit of doom. I think nature-based solutions, though, do have great potential. I think what we need to do is to just make sure that they work. We're hopeful that they do, but we need the evidence. So through this current investment period for the water industry, there's hundreds of trials running, and we will have a much better idea in 2 or 3 years about what actually works. So what I would say about them, I agree with Joe, we love them, but we just need to make sure we understand what they're for. And actually, if the first thing we need is water quality improvements, that needs to be number one. I think there's a risk that we try to get them to do every single thing in every location, and then they don't deliver on any of them. So for me, let's look at the evidence, be hopeful and optimistic, but not blind to the drawbacks where they don't work. Thanks, Mark.
Thanks, Helen. And Dave.
Yeah, the question asked about, can we learn anything from what's happened in the past? And I definitely think we can in terms of monitoring. The example I give is MVZs and the monitoring to demonstrate the effectiveness of MVZs or not. And what happened was measured in Main River, and it showed that MVZs hadn't done anything. So that's a really good example of where you monitor in the wrong place to find your solution. So take a leaf out of Liz's book, monitor in the right place in the drains underneath the field to find out whether what you've done has made a difference. So don't monitor in the Main River, because you've got all sorts of signals going on there. And I think the other thing that we've kind of learned is you really got to monitor activity. So where have we changed our activity and our practice? And that's a great record of the change that's happened. And then, of course, you can use models to interpret how much impact that's made. So I think that's what I would take away from what we've done in the past wrong, and we need to get better with MBS. If we monitor in the main channel, we won't see the signal, and everyone will lose hope in them.
Thanks, Dave. Lizzie, I'm going to bring you in a sec, but you can answer the previous question as well as this next one if you like. But I just want to move on to looking at agriculture, and obviously, Lizzie, you've done some inspiring work with your group. But sort of speaking in the general terms, what one thing could livestock farmers and also arable farmers be doing differently to prevent river pollution? And feel free to comment on the last discussion, because you had your hand up for that too.
Thanks, Mark. I'll answer the last question first, if that's okay. I think nature-based solutions is such an interesting term. I love words and the way that words come into fashion, and I feel like it's used by a lot of organizations and it's sort of flung around. And I always say, well, nature-based solutions by who? Because if you're talking about implementations made by farmers, so for example through a countryside stewardship scheme or through the new Elm scheme in the right place that work really well, like a cover crop that also has flowering rich species. I think all of that's absolutely brilliant and it has a really good impact. What I worry about is organisations and companies using nature-based solutions as a bit of a scapegoat to the big issue. And I have had so many conversations with Anglian Water about reed beds and using silt traps, which totally detract away from the fact that the targets need to be reviewed. You cannot expect a reed bed system to cope with the same discharge. So I get really concerned that people are going to expect these big things of these sort of ecological tools in the toolbox, and it should not detract away from the fact that actually industry and sewage treatment works, they all need to be much, much tighter regulated. So that's kind of my point on that. In terms of arable and livestock farmers, there's so many different things you can do, so it's very hard to pick one. But I'm going to say, as the number one thing, get involved in a collaborative group. I could talk forever about cover crops and silt traps and things like that, but actually, getting involved in a group where you learn from each other about your individual soil type, where you've got an individual advisor or coordinator, somebody like me, who's able to guide you on that journey and do water sampling if necessary, bring in grant opportunities, bring in tools. I'd say that's the number one thing that somebody could do.
Yeah, I've seen that in Herefordshire. There's the groups there which have been really well formed and have that expert advice. You can't beat that peer-to-peer learning. So just moving on from that question to tackling these legacy pollutants in our rivers. I mean, you know, we could all feel a bit of despair. You know, what are these measures that we could take to tackle these outlawed dirty chemicals? Anyone want to comment on that? Kerry?
Yeah, I think we do have to have a degree of realism in terms of our expectations for how long we are expecting to see some of these legacy impacts, particularly for these substances which are particularly persistent. Society's obviously used a huge number of different chemicals in the past, and they are going to be present in our water, in our wildlife, where they accumulate, and in our sediments, even after their use has been restricted. But that said, there is some work that we are able to do that can stop these substances from entering watercourses where there's a time delay between where they are currently and where they are potentially going to get to. So for example, we've seen, for example, in the pandemic, we saw increases in the use of thermometers being used with online sales with mercury. We were able to be straight in there and ensure that those products were no longer going to be reaching the market, which means that when they reach end of life, they won't be entering landfills, they won't then be entering the rivers. So that's the sort of interventions that we're able to make. Similarly, if we look at, for example, some of the work that's been done looking at landfill leachates or understanding mine waters, then we're able to demonstrate that we've made some significant changes to be able to see reductions of some of these substances being able to enter the river environment.
Great, thank you very much, Kerry. We might move to sort of big picture stuff about regulation. We've obviously got the formation of the Office of Environmental Protection, and you know, how do we feel that's going to change and strengthen the landscape for environmental regulation in the UK? And I'd be interested to hear from Richard Benwell about your thoughts about the OEP, and then I'll bring in Paul De Silva.
Thanks so much, Mark, and thanks to all the presenters for a brilliant conference so far. The OEP, for those who aren't familiar with it, is the new watchdog set up by the Environment Act last year that's supposed to fill the gap left in our environmental governance left by the EU Commission and courts, and to provide a greater level of environmental enforcement and scrutiny than we had before. And there were great hopes pinned on the OEP, but it can't do everything. So just to emphasize from the outset that the OEP won't be investigating infringements on the ground by particular farmers, for example. It won't be probably taking a sort of detailed look at legal enforcement in the way that the Environment Agency does. What it will do is look at public bodies and whether they are fulfilling their statutory obligations, and that includes water companies when they're acting as statutory undertakers. So it has an enforcement function. It has a scrutiny function, so it'll look at the government's plans for environmental improvement and see whether those stack up. And it has an advice function, looking at things like the forthcoming targets program. And so much depends on whether the regulation around the OEP is right for whether it will be able to make a difference in the water environment. So just quickly to unpack that. If the OEP is going to hold the government to account well on its obligations for improving the water environment, then the right targets have to be in place for the OEP to take action on. And we know the new set of targets under the Environment Act will be coming out this year. They will need to replace the targets under the Water Framework Directive when they expire in 2027 and set a new trajectory of environmental improvement. We want the government to go further for outcome-based targets for the water environment, heading for some really strong clean water targets, as well as sector-based targets that are really measurable for agriculture, water companies and others, so that the OEP has that really strong legal framework to hold the government to account on. So its job in making sure those targets are robust is objective number one this year. And please watch out, everyone, for the consultation when it comes, and get stuck in to make sure those targets are strong. Then, of course, the OEP has these wider scrutiny and advice functions. And on those, what we'll really be looking for is the job of looking at the environmental improvement plan and looking at the policies that the government has in place and saying, do those add up to shifting the trajectory of the decline of the natural environment in a way that can credibly take us towards reaching those long-term goals? And finally, just very quickly, its role can be to look at whether statutory bodies are undertaking their functions properly. And for that, those functions need to be stronger and clearer. So we know the government's thinking about reforming the institutional landscape. For me, the objectives of achieving net zero and halting nature's decline by 2030 should be written into the statutory purposes of every DEFRA public body and some of those other public bodies that we were hearing from Joe and others, like the Highways Agency and Railways and Transport Authorities, so that the OEP has a way in to say, are you exercising your functions in a way that will help deal with those big ecological emergencies or not? And that will give it the heft it needs to make a difference.
Well, thanks so much, Richard. That was really clear. And we've got a meeting with the Secretary of State tomorrow morning, and we'll duck out of the conference to discuss these very matters. So that's helpful. Paul, over to you.
Yeah, thanks. So we could be on the cusp of a whole new era of high quality regulation, couldn't we? Or we could be just in for more of the same, with previous promises of it all being okay and it ending up not being. So the OEP is consulting on its strategy and its processes right now. So, and it will keep those under review. So definitely look at that. I think someone's posted that in the chat. We're expecting, as Richard says, the government to bring out its targets consultation on delivery of the Environment Act. I think that's due tomorrow, along with the Nature Recovery Green Paper. So there's a lot going on. I think the water issue, the sewage, there's so many of these issues. Our waters are under assault from all quarters, really, aren't they? And the sewage issue has just galvanized that in a way. It's become a proxy for the issues. So I think it would be very odd if the OEP didn't take a close look at whether government was moving swiftly on the whole freshwater issue, because it's a bit of a golden thread. If you get it right with fresh waters, you're probably getting it right with so many other things to do with our environment, actually, and taking cost out of the system so that you don't have to spend so much money on things that you can avoid. So that's the kind of quality that I think we need to be aiming for. But it is going to be interesting, and I think we have to avoid assuming. Sorry, I'm probably not alone in this experience, but I've been to too many meetings where I've been patronized by regulators, government and others, water companies and others, and told that it's all going to be okay. I'm sorry, that won't do anymore. It's not going to rub. The OEP, the advent of the OEP might just raise the game of government and regulators and water companies and others, industry. And if it doesn't, it will have failed. So we could be on the cusp of a good new era, but let's not assume that. Let's keep close watch, because these issues are not going to go away just because we hope they will, or because there's a new body. And so, you know, let's just see. I think it would be extremely odd if the OEP did not look at, for example, the sewage issue in terms of the government's own has said it will report in September on the sewage task force. So that's an early piece of work, I suspect. It'd be very odd if a regulator didn't want to kind of take kind of some view as to whether that was working.
Thanks very much, Paul. Sandra, you've written widely in The Guardian on this topic. I'd love to hear your view.
So my one concern is pushback in this period of sort of change, that, you know, we're going to get pushback on air quality. We're already seeing it in the clean air zones in Manchester. I've got the Prime Minister saying they were completely unworkable and would damage business, clean air zones. And so we're waiting for the air quality targets, obviously, but that is my biggest fear, that you're going to start getting this chipping away at the standards that we're trying to set, that are trying to be set, and that needs to be resisted.
Yeah, there's a concern about the kind of bonfire of regulations could lose us some really useful things. So yeah, thanks very much for that, Sandra. A lot of this is about money. I mean, you know, even James Bevan has said, you know, you get the environment you pay for, and you know, there's a sort of widespread feeling that there isn't enough money to do this job. And you know, Helen, how is it for you as a regulator in terms of resources? And you know, what could we do to ensure you get more money for regulation? And are there other ways of funding this this approach?
Thanks, Mark. Yeah, regulation and paying for regulation is always a hard sell. We did have a bonfire of regulations a few years ago. In general, for politicians, it is much easier to be deregulatory than to be more regulatory. So I think the first thing is that, you know, the first thing that can happen is to keep talking about it. You know, the combined forces of press and NGOs in the last few years talking about sewage has surely got the government's attention, and that's a brilliant thing. So that really helps. I think there's other things we can do. So the Environment Agency's charges for water quality increased in 2018, but they hadn't increased before that for nearly 2 decades. As we will continue to push to make sure that our charges cover our costs. We can't charge for enforcement. So that's paid for through government grants. So I think there's something we can do to look for a way to charge for enforcement rather than waiting to recover costs from the court, which never quite works and comes 3 years in arrears. So I think there's something we can do there. But I think in terms of how can we regulate differently, I think let's use intelligence differently. And again, storm overflows is a really good example. The Environment Agency pushed for better monitoring of storm overflows and event duration monitoring, and that was the catalyst for, you know, media attention, NGO attention. Public opinion has really changed. I've been in the water game for 30 years. I have never heard water quality, the water environment, the general topic of conversation everywhere before, and that is a combination of some data and, you know, intelligent use of it by a lot of the people at this conference. And I think we can do a lot more in the future to use that intelligence differently. And I don't think the answer is for other people to do the regulation for us, because what we are, you know, the way the regulations work is a criminal level of accountability, which means beyond reasonable doubt, which means following certain processes to make sure that we can take legal action. But I think what we can get is that intelligence which helps us to know where to look. We still need to do the legwork on top of that. So I think there's a lot in it in terms of regulation, but I also think we should look at where's the investment going to come from, because we don't really want to invest in enforcement, because essentially that's what you're doing there, is saying that we've already failed, something's happened, and we want to do the prevention bit that Joe and others are talking about. So if we're going to do that, well, how much and where do we want the water industry to invest? You know, there's a window for everybody to be consulted on that. National Highways are about to consult on the road investment strategy. You know, Joe's point, we're not spending money there. There will be a public consultation this summer on where the road investment strategy money should be spent. There's an opportunity there for ENGOs to make a very loud noise about investment in the environment. So I think for me, there's something around making sure we get our regulation bang on, and it is right that others hold us to account to do that. But also, where's the money going to come from for the investment to make things better? And you've also got a loud voice there.
Brilliant, thank you, Helen. We've got 4 hands up and 3 minutes. So Liz, quick fire answers, please, Lizzie.
I was just going to say, I think, is it all about money? Because, for example, we could sit here and say, we need money to pay for our water testing, we need support, and we don't. We fund it all ourselves. And we are an example of a farmer group that does everything on our own. So when people say it's all about money, or organisations say that, I don't know. I think it's about power and politics, personally. I'm just going to give you 3 different examples.
Very briefly, if you can.
Okay, so at the moment, we've got an industry, a Chris Maltings, literally on our floodplain, that has looser restrictions than any of the farms in the area. How's that fair? And we've also just got 50 houses built with an outflow pipe onto a triple SI. How is that fair? Yet listed in the DWPP, it's the farmers that are going to get grassed over. So I think it's about power and politics.
Thanks, Lizzie. Those were quick. Well done. Dave.
I think it's about separating regulation and partnership working. So the regulator regulates and the other organisations work in partnership. And it's so important, it's that power thing. You know, if you can come onto a farm, but you have no power to regulate, you can work so much better in partnership. And we've seen that model where the regulator says, work in partnership with these guys or we'll come and regulate. And I think that's a really powerful model. Keep the 2 things separate. Regulator regulates, other organisations work in partnership.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Sandra.
I would just say tougher regulation. Surely it has to be looked at, the self-reporting by water companies. So essentially marking their own homework, and you know, how much would that cost to bring that back to 10 years ago and have the EA be the investigators on that? Because I think that was a terrible error 10 years ago to let them self-report.
Yes, I was a member arguing against it at the time. Richard.
Regulation and money have to go hand in hand. I think there are some major gaps. So we haven't yet heard any suggestions from government about future regulatory baseline for farming that's going to help make a level playing field to make sure it's fair for everyone, but also plot that course to a cleaner, greener, more sustainable farming system. Also, we're hearing talk about changes to key regulations like the habitats regulations that underpin things like protected areas, that mean the Solent example of not over polluting in those areas in Hampshire. So if we deregulate, we're going to lose a lot of the fundamentals that then mean your money has to work much harder to do good. And of course, as we were hearing earlier, if you regulate well to increase demand in the private sector, you get other sources of investment in there too.
Thanks, Richard. Helen, I'm going to give you the last word and a right to reply on the comments about OSM.
Thank you. There's 2 different things conflated here. Operator self-monitoring is the water companies telling us all the time what they are doing, and as telemetry improves, the reporting that they do is much more detailed and much more reliable. That is a good thing. It is much better than thousands of Environment Agency people going out with a bucket, because we get a lot more information if the water companies do it themselves. Self-reporting is different. Self-reporting is of pollution incidents, and that's also a good thing. That is the water industry telling us they've done something before anybody else tells us. So it drives them to address issues much more quickly. Now, I think there's a story to tell about how we use operator self-monitoring data, but it's a strength of our regulatory system. It really isn't a weakness.
Okay, well, thank you very much for a really good discussion, everyone. It's a shame to bring it to a close, but I'm standing in the way of lots of people and their lunch. So if everyone could come up promptly at 1 o'clock, that would be great for what looks like a really interesting afternoon. And thanks again. We are going to answer some questions online. So if panelists can just provide a few written answers to some of the questions, that would be really welcome. But it's been a great discussion, a great morning. Thank you.
Welcome back, everybody. Hope you had a good lunch break, and I'd like to welcome our first speaker after lunch, who is Sarah Bentley. Sarah is the CEO of Thames Water, which she joined in September 2020. She's also a non-executive director of Lloyds Bank and of the Bank of Scotland, and she's chair of the Gender Equality Leadership Team at Business in the Community. Sarah was the Chief Customer Officer at Severn Trent, where she led the consumer retail, wholesale, network operations, group technology and transformation divisions. And she's also been a managing partner for Accenture in the UK and in Ireland. On top of all of that and those big work responsibilities, Sarah's also a mum of 5 kids, which I think I find that almost more intimidating than all the other titles. But Sarah's going to kick us off this afternoon and give us a talk about Thames Water's commitments. And then we're going to follow that on with some more of our lightning talks. And please, again, as usual, put Q&A and include your participation in the chat. We'll see how much time we've got left at the end. If there is time to answer, we will, but otherwise Sarah and Richard Ailyard from Thames Water are going to be available to answer some of the questions later on. So over to you, Sarah. Thank you.
Christine, thank you so much for that kind introduction. Yeah, the kids definitely do keep me absolutely full. But it's a real pleasure to speak to so many people who care passionately about rivers this afternoon. And frankly, just to say a few things publicly that I've been sharing with some of you in discussions now for a while. If I had to summarise how we're thinking about all of the river health issues at Thames, it would be 3 things: to speak up, open up, and clean up. So let me take each one in turn. Well, like you, I care about rivers. They should be wonderful, natural places, full of wildlife and able for people to enjoy peace and tranquility, especially in an increasingly hectic and uncertain world. Working in the Thames catchment is an absolute privilege for me and not one that I take lightly at all. But it's not just me who cares. I'm at one of our sewage treatment works today, and judging by the chat I've heard outside, and in fact I've heard every day since I joined Thames just 15 months ago, a high proportion of our thousands of people at Thames Water are either fishermen or canoeists, bird watchers, wild swimmers, paddleboarders, or people just like me who can think of nothing better than walking with their families and dogs along a quiet riverbank at the weekend. So that's why when I arrived at Thames to turn it around, we chose, and it was a careful and deliberate choice, to speak up and to say that all discharges of untreated sewage are unacceptable, even when they're permitted. I really wince when I hear people talk about sewage dumping. It's as if people think that I or any of my colleagues here at Thames sit in an office every day and decide whether we should or shouldn't treat the sewage, and then maybe just give up and pull a lever and it tips into the river. Well, let me tell you, it's not like that at all. For those of you who've had the opportunity to meet our amazing frontline teams at Thames, like the people here with me in the treatment works today, you'll know just how hard they work around the clock every single day of the year to do everything they can to prevent any discharges of untreated sewage leaving our works. The reality is that we're all committed to working together, but also with others, to get ourselves into a position where these overflows, which is what they are just no longer necessary. I've also been really clear that it's going to take time and effort and a sustained investment. These problems didn't occur overnight and they're not going to get fixed overnight. But the commitment from Thames Water is absolutely there and we expect to be held to it. I'm also not afraid of robust challenges. I love getting out and about to see rivers and meeting people like you who are passionate about them. And I freely admit to having learned so much from my personal discussions with groups like Windrush Against Sewage Pollution and Action for the River Kemet, just to name but two. Anyway, before I just talk about rivers a bit more, I wanted to set it in the context of the broader turnaround that we're doing at Thames and the bigger Thames picture. Since I joined Thames, I've been clear and open, both internally and externally, that our performance is simply not where it needs to be. I was brought in to turn Thames around, and having recruited a new executive team and developed a plan, we're now fully into delivering the huge change programme that we have ahead of us to improve our service for customers and our environmental performance. Yesterday, we reached another major milestone at the end of the first year of this turnaround plan, as I announced our two regionally organised operational teams. We're going to have one in London and one focused on Thames Valley and the home counties. And this will enable us to get even closer to our customers and the communities we serve, and importantly, closer to the environment that we depend on and we're here to protect. We also announced, just as an aside, that we'll be bringing back onshore and in-house our frontline contact centres so that people like you, if you see anything that's amiss as you're along the riverbank, find it easier to get in touch with someone closer to home. Our whole company is committed to the turnaround plan, and it's going to need that commitment because it's going to take time, years in fact. When I laid out the plan last year, I was clear that it was an 8-year journey because there's so much that needs to be done. And it's the first essential step, as I believe, is recognising the scale of the task ahead. It's really a long way to go to then be able to address it. Perhaps it's also important that I explain our shareholders are also taking a long-term view. That was important to me when I was thinking about joining Thames, and it remains important to me to now that we've got their full support in terms of delivering the improvements needed. They do take a long-term view and they continue to fund the improvements needed over and above the regulatory settlement. I'm not expecting you to feel sorry for them, but it's probably worth explaining that mostly they're pension funds of key workers. So they're paying pensions to teachers, university lecturers, and other low-paid and key worker out there, both in our country and in other countries like Canada. So they need to think very carefully how they invest so that they can pay those critical pensions for those key worker employees that they support. In funding our turnaround, they've not taken any dividend payments over the last 4 years. And by the end of this regulatory period in 2025, they'll have put in at least £1.5 billion additional pounds of funds, both in last AMP and this AMP, beyond what the regulator expected. And even with that additional layer of funding, I'm expecting it still to take 8 years to get to where we need to be. But hopefully the scale of the investment that our shareholders are providing and the type of commitment that we're offering shows just how serious we are. In looking at what needs to be done, we recognise the many concerns that have been raised over the recent months with compliance about permits. Both Ofwat and the EA investigations are looking carefully at this, and we're committed to cooperating fully with an open approach. Getting to a position where we can be confident about compliance at all of our sites under all conditions is a real priority for us. And we're currently reassessing compliance at each and every site and are committed to taking any action necessary to improve the position. There's lots to be done to improve water quality, but I think we'll all agree that compliance comes first. Ultimately, though, we know that you will judge us quite rightly on our performance. That means setting and meeting targets. So in terms of spills or discharges for untreated sewage, I am really pleased to announce today that after careful thought and working through detailed delivery plans, we're committing to a 50% reduction in the total annual duration of spills across our area by 2030. And within that, to an 80% reduction in sensitive catchments. And in that, we include things like a range of factors, such as the available dilution or whether or not they're a chalk stream or have a designation such as SSSI. So that's the target. And we believe that this will make a substantial improvement in river health. But I also want to be clear about why these discharges occur. It may sound really obvious that these discharges of untreated sewage are not because more sewage is generated when it rains. It's because the rain gets into the sewers, either directly or through groundwater. And that then increases the flow beyond the capacity of either the sewers or the treatment works. I think that you'll all agree when we think about the broader picture of the environment that it's absolutely nuts that we collect, contaminate, transport and treat rain. Allowing good, clean rainwater to be contaminated by sewage and then transporting it to our works to use energy and processing power and resources to clean it up makes absolutely no sense. It deprives the natural environment of much needed clean water, and it makes our treatment process far less efficient. So we can deal with the problem in three main ways. Firstly, we can reduce the amount of water that gets in. Secondly, we can increase the treatment capacity. And thirdly, we can build bigger storm tanks. So sometimes we need to opt for more treatment and more storage capacity or storm tanks, which I'm going to talk about in a moment. But of course, the best answer is stopping the rain getting in. Dealing with the problem at source is absolutely the number one priority. But it's never easy to find out where it's happening. And even if we can stop it getting in, then the water is going to go somewhere else, such as flooding people's homes or creating problems in natural amenities. And quite often, we don't have all the information that we need to make the best choices. And that's where working with knowledgeable partners to share information can be a huge help to understanding what's going on. Many of our sewer catchments, as you know, are complicated and they've developed over generations. In solving inherited problems across our regions, we're going to do our bit in designing system-wide solutions and encouraging behaviour at an individual level. But when it comes to finding out where infiltration is happening, that's where we can really use your help. There are some fantastic examples of this already happening. I had the pleasure of meeting in my very first month of joining Thames, Paul Jennings in Chesham. He and his colleagues at the River Chess Association have discovered things about their local drainage system that showed us where the river itself was effectively discharging into our sewers, getting contaminated and then overflowing contaminated sewage back into the river. And another example, in the Brent catchment, John Timms, who was awarded an MBE for his services to drainage, has taught us a huge amount about how the River Brent interacts with a complicated network of sewers that lead to our Mogden works. So please don't think that we're too proud or too busy or too distant to listen when you have things to tell us. So further to this, having started by saying I wanted us to speak up about our problems, and I've tried to do that since the first day I joined Thames, I also think it's important that we open up. Transparency is really important to me, and it's really important to all of us at Thames. That's why in October last year, I committed to providing live notifications within 1 hour of discharges starting and stopping at every single one of our 468 permitted locations by the end of this year. We've said that before, and in fact, I said that in the Environmental Audit Committee, but I'm saying it again today because I'm not sure it's understood quite yet how much that will change things. It'll really change things for us, and it'll change things for you, and for everyone, in fact, who wants to know what's happening and when. So I'm delighted last week that our open data pilot was successful and that we're on track to deliver against that commitment. So everyone's got all the information they need at their fingertips when they need it. We're also really committed to responding to all requests for information. And I know earlier on this morning, there was a number of discussions about EIRs. So whether it's formal requests or informal requests, we're being open and transparent at every opportunity. And that includes attending meetings to explain ourselves openly and in a straightforward way, such as today, whenever we're asked to do so. In fact, that's how the Oxford Rivers Project started. I received a petition from wild swimmers and other campaigners concerned with water quality in the popular swimming areas around Oxford. It was a really good discussion, difficult to hear, I admit, but it was a really good discussion that led to positive engagement and now a project with Oxford City Council, Thames 21 and the Rivers Trust. This included providing funding for Claire Robertson, who I know is on a panel this afternoon. She's coordinating, along with us, an application for bathing water status for Port Meadow. This involved a huge programme of sampling by local volunteers, with the samples analysed in our labs and a trial of these live notifications at 6 sites around Oxford. The application has now been made, and like many of those involved in the project, we await the government's decision with great enthusiasm and hope. Now, I've talked quite a bit about our commitments, but I hope that I can now extend that to you. After 18 months in the role, it's really clear to me that this catchment-based approach and the support, challenge, ideas, and energy of our catchment partnerships have a hugely important part to play in achieving the healthy rivers that we all want. By bringing together the anglers, birdwatchers, canoers, wild swimmers, and others together with the Environment Agency, farmer clusters, local authorities, businesses, and yes, us, your local water company, catchment partnerships truly represent the community and its aspirations. We have 27 catchment partnerships in our area here at Thames, and we're doing our best to actively participate in them each and every day. But we've actually been working more closely with just 3, the Chess, the Crane, and the Evenlode, in what we call our Smarter Water Catchments Initiative. We probably need to think about a slicker way of describing it, but the work that they're doing is truly amazing. Each of these groups looks at the environment as a system, and they find ways to work in partnerships with others to make bigger and better improvements than any of us could make individually or as groups on our own. We've now reached the point where we've got 10-year collective plans all set out about what needs to be done to improve the water quality, restore river levels, improve wildlife corridors, and make the river accessible to all. And these 10-year plans have firm commitments that we're all signing up to. I know in speaking to those involved in the 3 that we've got underway, the results have so far pleased everyone. And we're now keen to extend that thinking and learning to the other catchment partnerships in our area. In doing so, we recognise their importance, but also the never-ending struggle for resources to do all the things that we want to do. So I'm delighted to announce that we're therefore making a commitment today in partnership with the Rivers Trust that we'll be increasing our investment and making an additional £5 million available to the catchment partnerships in the Thames water area over the next 5 years. These partnerships will be for projects and capacity building. And what I'd ask from you in return is your commitment to step up and engage with us. Work together with us, challenge us, educate us, and maybe, just maybe, encourage us a little bit when things go well. So lastly, having said that we need to speak up and open up, I can hear you all thinking, okay, but what about the need to clean up? And that's my final point, to update you on our investment plans and the other areas that we're focused on. I'm pleased to say that upgrades of treatment capacity at many sites to ensure that we keep up with population growth are already in our current business plan for delivery between now and 2025. These sites, which I know are of particular concern, include places such as Witney on the River Windrush, Fairford on the Gloucester Colne, Dorking on the Mole, Mogden on the tidal Thames, and Milton under Wychwood on the Evenlode, to name just a few. Our plans are well on the way, and in upgrading the sites, we're mindful of the great work that Rivers Trust have done in promoting nature-based solutions. We've already got some reed beds working and much hands-on experience of suds, but there is a lot more that we can do in these areas, and we look forward to working with you on these nature-based solutions. However, there is a lot in our area that is unnatural, and that is why, for instance, we commissioned the Thames Tideway Tunnel. It's the single biggest project undertaken by the UK water industry, and by far the largest to tackle discharges of untreated sewage. Making the case for a £4 billion scheme to deal with CSO discharges into the tidal river right the way through the heart of London wasn't easy, and I'm hugely grateful to the support of Thames 21 and the Angling Trust in particular, but I know many other NGOs were a huge factor in getting this over the line. It's been going on for some time, and I think we'd all look back in hindsight and just be grateful, so grateful for all the work that went into getting it this far. I was down there just last month, and it's hard to believe that the tunnelling is almost complete, and in a couple of years' time, we'll start to see the benefits to the river. But even in more suburban and rural areas, there's nothing natural, for instance, about what's happening to the landscape around us. One example I've given before is concreting over drives to make it easier for charging electric cars. Great for the environment, but not so good for surface water drainage. I know there are plenty of concerns about whether our network and sewage treatment works can cope with the increased flows from new developments that are happening right the way through London and across the Thames Valley. There isn't a simple answer to that, but once again, what we absolutely don't want is rainwater. To explain, let me just give you a brief example of a patio. Now, a number of us over the last 2 years have had to enjoy the outside space if we were lucky enough to have it in our gardens. But just a patio of 6 meters square that's connected by mistake to our sewers can cause huge problems. In heavy rainstorm, which obviously is the time when the problems occur, that patio would contribute as much flow into the sewer as the foul flow or the sewerage discharge from more than 100 houses. So we badly need the government to enact the Schedule 3 of the Floods and Water Management Act, which would automatically remove the right of developers to connect to our sewers regardless of the local situation. So I've talked already about the commitment of our shareholders to fund the turnaround plan and the huge investment we're making right the way across the patch that's well underway in this regulatory cycle, plus the additional investment that our shareholders are having to contribute over and above the allowed revenues. Still, beyond that, there's more work to be done, and we all know that we need to fund additional work in order to improve water quality and to get our rivers to a state that we can all be proud of. The final version of the government's strategic policy statement to Ofwat ahead of the next price review was a really positive step in terms of setting the environmental destination. However, we still need your help, hopefully with your support and that of all of our customer base, to make the strongest possible case for investment. We also need to work through the 2 big challenges that we will face once that case is made. Firstly, how much can our vulnerable customers afford to pay? When energy bills are going up so fast and inflation is taking its toll, we really need to look at the affordability that our society can make in terms of the investments needed to protect the environment. Secondly, there'll be other big issues that need funding. We talk sometimes about leakage and the need to protect the precious resource of water, or whether it's new water resources to cope with population growth or climate change. Replacing lead pipes is an important topic that we know really affects people's health, or increasing the resilience of systems right the way throughout the Thames region and indeed within London to major shocks such as bursts of our huge trunk mains or failures at some of our large works. So please don't think any of these discussions are easy. As I say to my husband, when we're looking at our home budget, you can only spend the same pound once. And so making sure we make the right trade-offs and the right prioritizations about these investment plans is really key. It won't be difficult to make those trade-offs, and we'll only find a way through those conversations by working together. So in summary, whether it's the money that we have today or the money that we may get in the future, we need to think ever more carefully about how to spend it, whether that's in nature-based solutions or in concrete, whereabouts we spend the money and which environmental aspects we're going to prioritize first. The question I often have is where should we spend the next incremental pound? For example, Do we stop increasing capacity at treatment works and start switching it to the network to keep the rain out? They're complex issues, and finding the right solution really varies right the way across the patch. I firmly believe that that's something that we cannot and should not do on our own as a water company. So my plea to all of you is please get involved, understand the options that we have, and give us at Thames, or indeed your local water company around the country, the benefit of your local knowledge, your amazing experience, and your insightful judgment. Hopefully you've gained a sense of my passion and commitment to improving river health, and at the very least that I'm absolutely determined to speak up, open up, and clean up as we drive the way forward. I totally believe that with your help, the prize of all this hard work will be natural, healthy, and biodiverse rivers and streams that we can all collectively be proud of now and for generations to come. And with that, Christine, I'll hand back to you.
Thank you, Sarah. Yeah, some good news about the really long-term commitments that Thames Water are making. And of course, we've had a lot of engagement in the chat and in the Q&A. It would be really great in the next discussion and in the lightning talks that we have following if you could respond to some of those, Sarah, as well. So thanks very much for that talk. And I will now hand on to back to Becca to introduce the next round of lightning talks. Thank you, Becca.
Thanks, Christine, and thanks, Sarah. Just also to add that Richard Aylard from Thames Water is going to be on our Rivers Fit to Swim In panel later, and he'll also be able to answer questions from the Thames Water perspective. We're running a bit behind, so I'll go straight into the lightning talks now.
Hello. The following slides in this lightning talk hope to introduce and update some of the key work the technical team has undertaken in the last year and touch upon some of the work we're going to continue to develop as we move through 2022. We have recently released version 6 of the CABA data package. The data package is now almost entirely available online and is available to everyone on a publicly accessible app. The data package contains around 200 layers covering a range of data categories such as catchment opportunities, characteristics, and actions. The app has been structured using the same groups and subgroups of previous versions of the offline data package. This structure, which should hopefully help those of you who are already familiar with the previous versions. We are aware that some of the users find the full data package overwhelming and would prefer to explore a subset of the data package focusing on a particular theme. So we've brought together a range of these themed explorers on the CABA working group page. These include a coastal explorer, urban data explorer, and a biodiversity explorer. We will be adding to the range of themed explorers over time. You can explore the online CABA data package and the associated user guides now using the link you can see in the description. This slide is to showcase some of the hubs we have developed. The first hub is the agricultural hub. Following support from the WWF, Tesco's, Waitrose, M&S, the Woodlands Trust and United Utilities, we have developed the new CABA agricultural hub to help facilitate a better joining up of advice, funding, initiatives and guidance at the catchment level. The Agricultural Advice Hub is a free-to-use online data hub that builds upon the existing catchment-based approach data package. It enables farmers, retailers, CABA partners, including water companies and NGOs, to more easily identify sources of local, environmentally focused farm advice within a specific area, key environmental issues, a range of different related initiatives and projects such as facilitation groups, Woodland Trust priority areas, and Wildlife Trust priority catchments. Although this information currently exists, it is scattered across a myriad of different platforms and sources and is difficult to find. It is hoped by bringing this together in one place, it will address an information gap, support greater cross-sector collaboration within catchments, provide a key resource of farmers, producers, retailers, CABA partners and others, support businesses who want to improve the sustainability in their supply chains, and ultimately improve the delivery of environmental outcomes and help join up the dots. You can access the CABA data hub in the link in the description. Please have a look, add your data and let us know what you think of it. Another hub we have developed is the CABA Tree Hub. Woodlands for Water is the first project developed by the Riverscapes Partnership, which, with support from DEFRA, aims to create 3,150 hectares of trees in 6 river catchment areas from Devon to Cumbria by March 2025. The Cabba Tree Hub is also a free-to-use online data hub that supports the delivery of this project. The Tree Hub, like the Agricultural Hub, utilises data and builds upon the catchment-based approach data package. This is to enable landowners, farmers, project officers to easily identify areas of woodland planting, in addition to providing a database of local land management advisors that can provide advice and support. This database is linked to the Ag Hub's initiative search, meaning that inputs into respective hubs populate the same database. The mission is similar to the Agricultural Hub in that the Tree Hub is addressing cross-sector collaboration within catchments, constituting a key data resource for landowners and farmers, and consolidates information and guidance into one easily navigable space. You can access the hub using the link in the description. We also welcome any feedback from this. Thank you. Finally, the technical team is continuing to build a GIS capacity within our own movements and within CABA and COBA, that's the Coastal Based Approach, partnerships across the country. Through the EU Natural Course project, we were able to provide dedicated technical support to CABA partnerships in the Northwest. This includes an email help desk, online support sessions which are recorded and shared via the CABA website, development of geoprocessing tools and training videos, and one-to-one support, either online or COVID permitting, at trust offices. We answered approximately 65 individual queries over a 2-year period. Additionally, we provide training and technical support on our CABA site, which can be seen in the link in the slides. A similar approach is now developing in the Northeast, supported by water companies, and is just beginning in the Thames catchment as well. Lastly, the Rivers Trust has negotiated an agreement with Esri, which can also include our member trust. This is helping us to build GIS capacity in member trusts who have signed up, and we are looking forward to expanding the training and support in GIS we provide among more river trusts across England. Users have found this to be very helpful, and it's improving their confidence in the use of GIS. If you are a Rivers Trust and you're interested in signing up, please send me an email using the address in the slides. Thank you very much.
Hello, I'm Jacqueline Safra, and I'm going to read you Sonnet 52 from my book, 100 Lockdown Sonnets. It is what it says on the tin. It was 100 sonnets, one written every day during the first lockdown, charting political and personal upheavals, and some of them were also about my daily walk. And I spent a lot of time walking the canal paths of East London, where I live, and observing nature really as I never have before. So this is Sonnet 52 from the 13th of May 2020. I have learned canals can be a home for coots, that coots have fascinating feet, their noisy chicks might well provoke the swans to rage, that diners prize the roasted civet for its meat, and some may ask to view the pangolin alive before it's slaughtered, that everything exists to be consumed, that even flesh of bat can be endured if you are into it, that queues along the highway are insane because we've heard Burger King has opened up again, that we are nothing like the water birds who rear their young and make their nests, take only what they need and leave the rest.
Hello, I'm Dr. Ewan Jones, and I'm here to introduce you to the Preventing Plastic Pollution project. In this project, we're aiming to build a catchment-based approach to dealing with plastic pollution so that we can reduce the impact that plastic has on our environment, and in particular on our oceans. Plastic's a very useful substance, but we also treat it very casually, and a large proportion of plastic is discarded into the environment. Plastic breaks down into smaller and smaller pieces, which can then be consumed by organisms towards the base of the food web and impact those and potentially the organisms that feed upon them. We really don't know what impact these microplastics are having. The Preventing Plastic Pollution project is aiming to understand where this plastic is coming from and how it's escaping into the environment so that we can deal with the problem at source. Part of this involves scientific research, assessing the quantity of plastics that is transported down our rivers.
We're doing a survey across river catchments of quantifying the amount of microplastic in river water. How we sample the microplastics is we put a very fine mesh net in the river, and it just sits in the river for half an hour, capturing the small microplastics that we're trying to quantify. And then we just retrieve the net, wash it down, collect the material that's gathered in the net. We bring that back to the lab to analyse it, ultimately work out a concentration of microplastics per volume of water.
But we've also got work with communities where clean-up action and identification of the plastics that people find helps us identify the most likely sources of that plastic.
Today we're taking part in a litter pick with the Canoe Club. We're working on a project with the Rivers Trust on the preventing plastic pollution. So we are collecting rubbish along a section of the Great Ouse in Cambridgeshire.
We've collected absolutely loads of stuff from the brook, and at this point the club are now going through and members are recording what they found, and that data is going to be used by our research teams to study the sources of plastic, the types of plastic and where it's coming from.
We're aiming to produce a transferable approach that can be used in rivers across the UK and France and elsewhere to reduce the amount of plastic pollution in an efficient way. Plastic lasts for hundreds, if not thousands of years. We do not want the legacy of plastic pollution to be impacting on future generations, which is why we're developing this project to deal with the problem now.
Okay, so just some more little lightning talks there, including some little teasers for what's coming up in our conference tomorrow. Ewan from the Preventing Plastic Pollution video is going to be on a panel, and we'll also have representatives from our data team in the monitoring session as well. I'm now going to hand over to Cathy Hughes from WWF, who's going to chair our panel on river barriers. So without further ado, Cathy, over to you.
Thank you. Hi everyone, really pleased to be here today. I'm chairing a really interesting session, obviously breaking down barriers, and our speakers will be tackling some of the opportunities and challenges that we have when addressing river barriers. And as you know, these barriers range from multiple small-scale obstructions to large-scale hydropower, and we've got quite a big problem to tackle here in the UK. It's estimated that in the UK and Ireland alone, there's about 23,000 barriers, and they're just the ones that are known. We'll hear a bit more about that later today. And we are making progress in terms of tackling these barriers. So in 2020 alone, local rivers trusts removed or eased 88 barriers. So that's real progress that's being made yearly. But given the sheer number, today we're going to talk about whether it's likely that we'll ever be able to remove them all. And if that's unrealistic, how can we work most strategically to achieve the most effective impact? So we've got three really great speakers, so I'll just give you a quick introduction to them all before handing over. So first of all, today we'll hear from Josh Jones. So Josh is from the Rivers Trust, where he is a senior technical analyst and works on river fragmentation analysis. Before he joined the Rivers Trust, he did the same at Swansea University. And while there, he actually helped to create the first pan-European barrier atlas, and also assessed various fish passes for passability for different species. We'll then go on to hear from Alan Wells. And Alan is the Chief Executive for Fisheries Management Scotland. And for those of you that don't know, this is the representative body for Scotland's district salmon, fisheries boards, the River Tweed Commission, and all the various rivers and fisheries trusts in Scotland. Alan will talk about the priorities from Scotland and share several case studies ranging from the small to the really large-scale hydroelectric schemes. And then last but not least, we'll hear from Charles Crondwell. And Charles is a senior specialist in the National Fisheries Service at the EA. He's got around 30 years experience, so a huge body of experience in freshwater fisheries, particularly around migratory fish, salmon, sea trout, eels, and more recently shad. And his interest in shad is one of the reasons that he's been involved in the Unlocking the Severn project, which we're going to hear more about today. And just before I open up to the speakers, just to say, after we've heard from everybody, we'll have quite a long time for lots of questions from the audience. So please do start to pop these in, and I'll keep an eye on them throughout the presentations. Please try and use the Q&A function, because I probably won't be looking at the comments section. But without any further ado, I'll hand over to Josh, if that's okay, please, Josh. Thank you. Are you able to share your slides?
Yep. Got that? Is that sharing?
Yeah.
Great. Afternoon, everyone. Thanks for the introduction, Kathy. My name's Josh. One of the senior technical analysts here at the Trust. And I'm going to take you on a whistle-stop tour of some of the stuff we've been doing around showcasing and improving fisheries data. And I've put fisheries in italics because, of course, it's more than just information about fish. It's lots of things to do with things that we actually find in the river and things that impact fish and other things. So the first thing I'll dive into is the Fisheries Hub. So here we can explore Water Framework Directive data. So in this image, you can see just that you can have a look at the overall status of water bodies in Northumbria, or you can look at the ecological status or the chemical status, and you can look at different areas of the UK for the same information. And then you can do a similar thing for fish survey data. So this is the results of after the EA have conducted electrofishing surveys. This data has then been classified, and I've highlighted here a site called Tally-Ho Bridge, and you can see it's blue because 5 out of the 5 expected species were found, so it's been given a good status, where whereas there are other sites which you can see in red that have probably not found all of the species they were expecting to find at those sites. And we also add value to the data that already exists. So on the left, we have the fish survey data again, and this is for the loon catchment in this example. And what we can see is that most of the 1,300 survey records that exist for this catchment were all taken after 2010, and only 2% of those were surveyed before 1990. So it can kind of give you an idea of how frequently a catchment is visited and where there might be gaps in the data, so you can ask questions about that. And on the right, we have all of these points are the barriers that Kathy mentioned for England and Wales, and they are coloured by the amount of upstream stream length for each structure. So you can see that all of the darker points are all quite close together, which means that, for instance, if you removed one of those darker points, you wouldn't see much of a gain in terms of stream network connectivity. However, if you addressed one of the green or the yellow points, you would potentially see a much greater increase in stream connectivity. So we've developed things like this to help us to prioritize where we might want to address structures when looking to remove them or pass them. We've also done work around quantifying the the benefits of freshwater fisheries in England in a natural capital assessment. And there's some things we can quantify and some things which are much harder to quantify. One of the first things is the commercial value of the catch, which could be up to £40,000 in terms of food. One thing that we can't quantify quite yet, the techniques are still being worked on, is the benefits from thriving wildlife. But one thing that we have a really good handle on is the cultural well-being benefits derived from these freshwater fisheries. So £1,400 million of income supported from expenditure by anglers, another £250 million of social benefit from fishing, and then another unquantified benefit, which is probably also just as large as the benefits of thriving wildlife, which are benefits from physical and mental health. So even with these large gaps in our knowledge, we can already see that the natural capital benefits provided by the freshwater fisheries is already at £1.7 billion. So if we had an idea of what some of these gaps were, and if we maybe valued our environment more and had it in a better condition, this number could go through the roof. And it's also possible to participate in improving this data, because it's not always complete. So one of the examples is the river barriers I mentioned, and Kathy alluded to the fact that we don't know where they all are. So we know where roughly half of the barriers are in the UK. So there's at least 50,000 barriers, if not more. So one of the ways we can plug the gap is with the River Obstacles app, where you can take a picture of a barrier, you can upload it, you can maybe see where other people have been surveying barriers before. And all of this goes towards helping us decide which barriers might be worth acting on, or if the barrier is being used or not, because that sort of information is really important for helping us decide which ones to work on. And that's me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Josh. That was really interesting. And just to check, the statistics that I gave at the very beginning, was that for England and Wales, or was it the 23,000 barriers, or was it for Ireland and Scotland, UK?
That's for the UK, yeah.
For the UK, sorry.
For the UK is UK and Ireland, sorry.
It is, okay, brilliant. All right, well, we'll now move on to Alan. Thank you very much, Josh. Alan, if you could share your slides.
Thanks very much, Kathy, and thank you very much for the invitation to come and speak today. I'm going to give you a whistle-stop tour of the situation in Scotland and talk a little bit about some of the issues that we're dealing with. Sorry. So the first thing I want to talk about is river basin management planning, and in this case I'm talking about the Scotland River Basin Management Plan. So that covers nearly all of Scotland, with the exception of the Solway and Tweed area, the cross-border element. And one of the key priorities within the River Basin Management Plan is the removal or easing of man-made barriers. And the primary purpose for that is for fish migration purposes. So the aim in the current round of River Basin Management Planning is to remove or ease 244 impassable man-made barriers. And just to put that into some sort of context in terms of the ambition within that, 29 barriers were removed in the last round of River Basin Management Planning. So this really is moving things forward much more quickly than previously. And those barriers are split into three main sort of categories. There's historic barriers such as redundant weirs, which don't have any commercial use at the moment. And they're primarily removed using a fund that SEPA, our Scottish Environment Protection Agency, has access to, the Water Environment Fund. There's also active barriers, which do have a commercial use. That's things like hydropower barriers or barriers associated with the public water supply. And then we have a third category, which is what's known as asset barriers. And those barriers are not actually licensed structures at all. They're things like bridge aprons and culverts, which can prevent fish from moving upstream or indeed downstream. On top of those identified barriers, there's also a review of the licenses for 34 hydropower schemes in Scotland, which also relate to fish passage. And I'll talk a little bit more about those later on. So one of the things I talk about there is culverts, and it's pretty clear to me that the number of culverts identified there is a massive underestimate of the size of the task. Many of our members are actively working on culverts, installing baffles and things like that to try and get fish passage coming through. So what I'm going to talk about now is a project that one of our members, the Forth Rivers Trust, is hugely involved in the River Amond, which flows from Edinburgh into West Lothian. And these are all part of the River Life project, which is a catchment scale project to remove a whole series of barriers up the river to try and get free passage of fish all the way through the structure. And it's a partnership between the Forth Rivers Trust, West Lothian and City of Edinburgh councils, and it's funded by the National Lottery Heritage Fund, Scottish Government, the SEPA Water Environment Fund and the Land Trust. So just to give you some examples of some of the work that's going on, this is Seafield Weir, and this was actually removed just last week. So this is a complete removal of the barrier. As you can see, the works are not completely finished yet. There's still some work to do at the riverbanks, but the priority is always to remove these barriers completely where that's possible to do so, and you get that natural functioning of the rivers happening. The next example, also in the River Amond, is Howden Bridge. And you can see the weir, and just upstream of the weir, there's a bridge, which meant that complete removal of the barrier wasn't an option. So what happened in this case is that a rock ramp was installed, and I think this is the longest rock ramp in the UK, and it's a more natural, more nature-like solution. And there are two low-flow channels on either side of the little island that you can see in the middle there, which allow for fish to move freely up and down the river, and fish of all species as well. The final example from the River Life project is Kirkton Weir. And for all sorts of reasons, it wasn't possible to remove this weir. So the option here was a technical fish pass solution. And the fish pass was placed in the middle of the river, primarily to deter people from using this as a sort of poaching hotspot. So people coming along and taking fish illegally. And also an eel passage was installed in this on this barrier, in addition to the salmon and trout passage there. So that's just to give you an example of some of the barriers that our members are dealing with, and these will all be quite familiar, I'm sure, to many of you. But I'm now moving on to much bigger structures, large-scale impoundments that are used for generation of hydroelectricity, and also for intercatchments, transfers of large volumes of water. And what we've really found over the last sort of 20, 30 years is, although there was quite a lot that was understood about upstream passage, and it was well understood and built into these projects when they were built in the 1950s and 60s. And you can see the fish pass at the bottom of the slide here, the fish ladder to allow fish to get past this structure. There really wasn't anything like enough thought given to downstream passage of smolts. So in this case, in Cluny Dam on the River Tay, the water flowing through the turbines to generate electricity was screened off completely. But what that meant was that the fish couldn't find the attractive flow into the fish ladder, and only about 30% of the smolts actually made it downstream. In the 1980s, it was decided on a trial basis, I think it was the 1980s, to remove those screens and allow the fish to move downstream through the turbines. And actually that was quite successful. That resulted in 70% of the smolts getting out, and a concurrent rise in the number of adults coming up through the fish counter on the structure. So that's one solution that's been taken forward in terms of large hydro. This is another example. This is Loch Shin up in the far north of Scotland in the Kyle of Sutherland. And despite lots of efforts to play with flow rates and try to achieve downstream smolt passage, less than 10% of smolts can actually get down through the two structures at this hydroelectric system. So the only available option to the Scottish and Southern Electricity and the local fisheries board were to try and trap the smolts in the main tributaries flowing into the loch upstream of the dams, and then move them downstream on the back of trucks. At the moment, they're using rotary screw traps to do that work, but we're now working with the regulator, with SEPA, and with Scottish and Southern Electricity Energy to try and install more permanent solutions to actually make sure that we're getting the smolts out of this system. And the final example I just want to give you is in relation to the River Spey. And at the top of this slide, there is a dam called Spey Dam. And the purpose of this dam is not to generate electricity. It's actually to allow water to be diverted from the upper Spey. And it actually goes all the way over to the west coast of Scotland to Fort William, where it powers an aluminium smelter. So what you can see here is the fish need to move up through this slide. And this is the main stem of the River Spey where the arrow's pointing there. So the fish need to negotiate that loch to get down to the other side and into the main stem of the Spey. However, what you can also see here is the lade by which the water is diverted in completely the opposite direction. And that lade is screened off. And that essentially means that the fish find it incredibly difficult to find their way across the loch and downstream in the way that they should go, because all of the attractant flow is headed in the wrong direction. So just an overview of some of the issues that we're dealing with in Scotland. And I'll just stop with a bit of a shameless plug. We have our conference at the end of this month, and booking is available. But the reason I mention it is at our conference, we'll be launching a series of films called Our Wild Salmon. And one of those films is called Breaching Barriers, which may be of interest to you. So thank you very much for listening, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the day.
Thanks, Alan. That was great. So finally, and last but not least, we'll hand over to Charles Crondwell to talk about unlocking the 7. Thanks, Charles.
Screen. Right. There we go. Right. I've only got one slide, and we're going to try a slightly risky thing with. Oh, is it gone? Can people still see my slide, or is it gone?
No, it's disappeared.
That is interesting. Hang on, let me see what I can find.
Charles, I think you just need to go back because it skipped to the end of the slideshow.
Oh, right. Okay. Thank you very much. Yeah, so I've only got one slide, and I'm going to talk about the Unlocking 7 project. Then we're going to try something quite risky, and that's play a portion of the Unlocking 7 film, which has just been released. And you can find it quite easily on YouTube if you search for Unlocking the 7 project film. So it runs for about 50 minutes. We're going to look at a tiny little bit. So Charles Crondwell from the Environment Agency, as you know, but my other hat on as one of the partners of the Unlocking the 7 project is I am the monitoring lead for the shad, the Thwaite shad, and I'll tell you a little bit about those, and also the fish pass design, which are now all being constructed, which will be shown in the film. So just very briefly, for those who don't know what the shad is, it's a member of the herring family. It's only known to breed, the Thwaite shad, in 4 rivers. They all flow into the Bristol Channel, the Wye, the Usk, the Severn, and the Towie. And it's a herring, a sea fish that comes into freshwater every year to spawn. There is a larger species called the Alice shad, which is believed to still hold on in parts of the River Severn. But also in the River Tamar is the other population of that. So what is the Unlocking the 7 project? Well, it's a partnership between the Canal and Rivers Trust, the Severn Rivers Trust, the Environment Agency, and Natural England. And what it's done is it's trying to re-establish the lost spawning habitat for this fish, which was lost back in the 1840s when the River Severn was finally made navigable for larger craft with the construction of the 4 main navigation weirs on the River Severn. And it's a very large project, around about 20 million, and it's been funded by the partners, a large percentage by the Heritage Lottery Fund and the EU Life Fund as well. And what it has done, you can see all these little facts and figures. I'm not going to go through them. Some of these will be explained in a little bit of the film that you're going to see anyhow. But what it has done for the Thwaite shad is it's reconnected 158 miles of lost spawning grounds. So this spawning ground had been blocked off by these 4 navigation weirs and remained relatively unchanged since the time it was shut off. And we know this is the main barrier for shad and their population, because the population crashed when they lost that habitat almost immediately within 2 years of those weirs being created. So we're trying to right, I'll say a wrong, but at the time it not necessarily was seen as a wrong, and keep the navigation, but also allow the fish to get through. And why I think it fits nicely into this session of breaking down barriers is, one, it's a whole river tackled in a single project, or the main stem and the main spawning trib of the River Team, which is very unusual, and that may stimulate some questions later on. Not all the barriers can be physically removed. In fact, only one of the 6 could. So that's going to be another talking point, I'm sure, later on. But also, it's not just about barriers, the physical barriers. There were funding barriers, which we could talk about. There's public engagement, which is equally important. There was resistance, there was support. So that was another barrier. We had a very strong partnership. Those 4 organisations were working for a single aim. But sometimes you get partnerships which aren't equally cited, so that can be a problem as well. But what I really wanted to bring out of this, and all these little facts and figures show as well, is fish are really important. That's the big picture. But actually, I would say that possibly re-engaging people with their river and appreciating the issues is probably equally, if not more important, than the actual barrier we're talking about. So if I could ask Rebecca just to go over to the film, we'll just show you a little snippet of it, about 5, 6 or 7 minutes of it, which I think perfectly sums up this project.
To meet Jason Leach, who will be overseeing the works as they take place.
So here we are at Diglis. So just over the other side of the weir is where we're going to be putting the first fish pass.
Now, to explain what the fish pass is, what does that mean?
So we kind of see them as a ladder to allow the fish to get from the lower area up to the top of the weir. At the moment, they can't make it up that slope. So what we're doing is putting steps in to make it easier for them to get over. So whatever the flow, whatever the weather, they'll be able to make it over.
And the whole idea is to unlock the upper reaches of the river, which essentially have been off limits to the shad for almost 200 years now.
That's right, and they're really courageous. Every year they come here, a very small population, but can't get anywhere else. So what we're doing is unlocking the Severn to allow them to get to their historic spawning grounds and hopefully recover their population to what it used to be before these things were built.
So that's one phase, but what other phases to the engine? Because there's an awful lot of engineering going on around.
Well, this is just one of the 4 sites we're doing. So we're going to be working at 2 sites in parallel, up at Beverley, about 5 or 6 miles upstream. And then next year, we've got 2 more at Holt and Lincoln. And that really then cements the civil engineering works. And I think over the years, people have become disconnected from the river, actually using the shad, and then what an amazing story it is about getting them back in here, to re-engage them. At this site, we're having effectively a big underwater aquarium, where every May and June we'll open it to the public, and hopefully people will flock to see this rare fish. Yeah, and now more than ever, it's important for the recovery of the species and for us as a species coming out and enjoying it.
Over the coming months and years, the organisations and the volunteers involved in the Unlocking the Severn project are going to be working tirelessly to achieve its goals. This critical work depends wholly on the time and effort of the people involved, and it provides such an important boost for a really important ecosystem. And I can't wait to come back in a year's time to see how they've got on.
As construction got underway, a number of challenges were thrown at the project. Record-breaking rainfall caused months of flooding on the river, stalling construction. But despite this, and then a global pandemic, they forged on, and just 12 months later than planned, I'm heading back to see the results.
It's been 2 years since I've been here, since I walked along this towpath, so I can't wait to see what progress has been made.
So this is it.
Wow.
This is the first of the fish passes we've built at Diglis.
You can see it's this monumental feat of civil engineering. I had visions of this sort of tiny little concrete step ladder, essentially, and I'm looking at this Brunellian massive engineering project. This is a substantial bit of work, isn't it?
It is really massive. I mean, this is the biggest of the 4 we've built. It's the biggest deep vertical slot in England and Wales, 100 metres long, 8 metres wide, 8 metres deep, and it's taken us 18 months to build. Yeah, it's a pretty epic challenge.
Yeah.
I think it exceeds people's expectations,
yes,
without shadow of a doubt. Well, this is only 1 of 4 we're constructing. We've got another 3 upstream. We've also delivered 2 partial weir removals on the River Teme, and we've had over 6,000 volunteer hours. So it's a huge effort by our supporters. And we've had about 2,500 children engaged. There is something really exciting I really want to show you though.
Okay.
Downstairs into the gallery.
I'm in your capable hands.
Feels like a James Bond
lair.
Villain lair.
Yes, exactly. Look at that. Worth the wait.
2 years in the making.
Yes, and this is the end result. It's funny. It's a lens into the river, isn't it? To a degree, this is almost the end point, isn't it? This is it's a scientific tool, but also it's an engagement tool with the public, and they can actually see what's passing through the fish ladder, basically.
Absolutely, every single fish at the moment has to come past this window, so we get to film it and we get to watch them. That moment of wonder for visitors, for young people, children, I think it's going to be an amazing thing to reach. It's the only one in England and Wales that you can view a river. You can see wild fish and have an appreciation of the environment.
Yeah. So were you clustered around the window after it was built?
It was a very tense couple of days. When we get the water in, we'd done a bit of testing, and then there it was, a little dace, I think was the first one to come through. And then hours and days later, we had an array of fish through. It was amazing. It exceeded expectations.
This has been a real community effort and a team effort. And in terms of the volunteers who've been involved, they must feel like massive pride.
Huge. We're inviting them in here to have a look at their hard work and see some fish. It's been amazing, and it's a great little thank you for all their support.
Yeah. The pivotal moment is a shad going through, isn't it? Can you remember that moment?
The 9th of May is the first one we saw on a recording. It was an amazing moment. Charles, our scientist, got a call from the PhD student. I've had a ping from one of the shad in the fish pass, 1:15 on the 9th of May. So Charles got straight onto the computer, looked at that time frame, and there it was, a shad go through. And we're going to be doing this for years to come to monitor that hopeful steady increase in the population over the next 5-10 years, and we're there for a long time. And now we can sit back and watch, we can engage, we can have a look, and hopefully, see these fish return year and year after year.
Over the coming years, we're hoping to see population numbers of the shad continue to increase, and that can only have a positive impact on the River Severn ecosystem as a whole. As the final fish pass is completed, the project will have unlocked 158 miles of habitat, offering easy passage upriver, and not just for the shad, but all fish on the river, including other endangered species, such as salmon, eel, and lamprey. This project demonstrates how we can harness new scientific insights and modern engineering to help us live in better balance with nature. And that represents a really exciting model for the future.
Thank you very much. And that's it really for me. For the time being, I got the easy option there.
Charles, thank you. That was a fabulous video. I absolutely love that viewing platform for fish. It's brilliant.
Yeah.
Without any more further ado, I'm going to open the floor to questions. We've got about 20 minutes now, and I've had a few questions come in. And the first one is from Hannah Alfred. And Hannah has asked the panelists, what are the key criteria for barrier removal? Put my teeth in. And I think I'll just add to that, some question for all of the panelists. So what are the key criteria for barrier removal? But linked to that, given there's 50-odd thousand barriers, how do we prioritise? What targets should we be aiming for in terms of barrier removal? And I think that links into Hannah's question. So I'll just open the floor. I don't know who wants to jump in first. Charles, you're there in the video.
Okay, I don't mind going in first. I mean, this is, you mentioned in the introduction, we are never going to get rid of all the barriers in the UK, and it's probably conservative, the number that was quoted at the beginning of this talk. So we need to take a more targeted approach than that. And I don't know what the answer is, and I think that's part of this session, is to have that discussion. But I just thought of a few things earlier, which was, do we try and get one river or some rivers completely free flowing, i.e. concentrate on some, and I use the word lightly, but sacrifice some others, or go much slower with the other ones? Or do we look at all rivers and say, should we be looking at just the main stem and a couple of sub-catchments of it? Or should we be looking at a river and saying, should we open all rivers up to the first, say, 100 kilometres up from the sea? The question really depends on what species of fish you're looking at, or if you're looking at a wider ecosystem approach to stuff. So I don't think there is an answer, but one thing is certain: there are barriers which will never be removed, certainly in my lifetime and my son's lifetime, because they are historically important, or they cannot be removed for some reason. So that's my kind of starter answer to that question.
Do you want me to jump in next, Kathy?
Oh, yeah, please.
I mean, I think that there's quite a well-established approach in Scotland for prioritising barriers through the river basin management plans, but also working with our members as well. So, I mean, the primary driver, as one of the other questions picked up, is the Water Framework Directive. That's been a massive driver behind a lot of this work. And so we're looking at all sorts of things. We're looking at quality of habitat upstream. We're looking at the amount of habitat upstream. We're looking at whether there are other barriers, upstream as well, to try and make sure that these barriers are taken out in the right order, but also to have the biggest bang for the buck. Many of these barriers are being removed using public money, so it's obviously important that there's good value there as well. But equally, there's lots of examples of barriers that don't form part of these categorizations. So in the case of culverts that I mentioned, many of our members are putting in really low cost baffles and things like that, which just allow fish to get past and move upstream as well. And that can be done with very little expense, a few £1,000s sometimes. So there's an element of using the prioritization, but there's also an element of taking opportunities when they arise as well.
Thanks, Alan. And Josh, what are your thoughts on this?
Yeah, so there's from a purely desk-based point of view, I would say to remove the barriers which give you the greatest return, as Alan was mentioning. But that's not always what that can sometimes leave catchments behind. So from a purely pragmatic point of view, you would focus on the catchments which are the least fragmented. As Charles was saying, you maybe open up one entire river, because actually you'll see a greater return for every one barrier removed. And what that might do is that if you're only prioritizing by those physical network kind of metrics, you might leave out barriers that if you removed one, so in the instance of the Severn, not only does it open up all of that habitat for the migratory fish, and was it over 100 species hoping to use that fish pass, but it also gives people access and they can see those fish. So sometimes, even if a barrier will only open up 5 kilometres of river habitat upstream, it might be that barrier is in an area that could do with some sort of green investment or some river restoration, and barrier removal in that area might be just the thing, even if it doesn't produce lots of upstream habitat.
Thanks, Josh. And I think just moving on to the next question, it's kind of related and slightly touched on during your answers. This question comes from Anna, and Anna's talking about, given the current justifications and drivers for dam removal and the other presentations that we've heard from today, looking at environmental markets, multiple benefits, flood easement, all of these other things. What are the priorities or the other drivers that we might look at beyond WFD? So to sort of summarise that for each of you, are there any specific enabling conditions that you think are essential to be able to remove more barriers in the future? And I don't know who wants to jump in first.
I don't mind just having a quick go at that. I mean, one thing I was trying to get across in my very short presentation was the engagement side of it. So half the budget of the Unlocking the Severn went into engagement and public activity. I would say one of the things that makes removal of barriers the hardest is not public buy-in. So I think it's easily overlooked. We talk about in the local area that you might get the buy-in from the local landowner or the asset owner if it's known. But what we need to do is have societal change. You know, as I said, fish are really important to the people who are on this call. But I think actually getting the public engaged again in their rivers and the importance of their rivers is equally important in driving this forward. I mean, I used this example a few times if you heard me talk, but all the talk in the last 20 or 30 years has basically taught the public that rivers are bad, they're dangerous, floods, they're dangerous, you know, when in fact we should be embracing rivers as a really important part of our community. That's why all our towns and cities are built almost without exception on rivers. So let's get the public back on board and ask for this to happen, rather than us as scientists saying this one here, that one there. So that's my kind of starter.
Yeah, I would echo what Charles just said. The River Life project that I talked about earlier on very much had public engagement as a large part of that. And one of the things that perhaps naively kind of surprised me about some of these things is how much people like some of these weirs and things. They like the reflective quality of the water upstream of them. They like the noise of the water coming over the weir and things like that. So, you know, these are some of the other barriers that we have to get over if we want to move these projects forward. Representing a sort of fisheries and organisation, I am going to stick with the theme of fish. We're in the middle of a sort of biodiversity crisis at the moment. We're all aware of it. We're in the middle of a climate change crisis, and salmon are front and centre in that. In Scotland, we have a wild salmon strategy that was published in January, which recognises the situation that we're in. So the point that Charles made earlier on about some of these barriers, we're never going to be able to remove them, I think is absolutely right. But I think the driver to actually open up our rivers to make sure that fish can access as much of the habitat that they can has never been more important. So, you know, there are barriers there that in the past with, you know, high marine survival and fish stocks that were in a reasonable state probably weren't a massive issue. Whereas now we need to do absolutely everything that we can to improve the situation. So there's barriers coming into that prioritization that maybe wouldn't have been there 20 years ago.
Yeah, and there's a story regarding some of the public engagement that Charles and Alan were talking about. I worked with someone who was a dam removal engineer in America, and every single dam that she removed was a safety concern. There's nothing to do with biodiversity or any sort of social benefit. And they'd have these town hall meetings where they say, we're going to come and remove your weir or your dam because, you know, it's been, our engineers have looked at it and said it's a problem. And they said quite often people were outraged because they were going to blow up their swimming pool. So they used, you know, all the places they had their first kiss or something. So that it's not, so not everyone is a fish person or is about invertebrates or about, not everyone is a geomorphology nerd. And there's, not only is it fish that we have to fix these rivers for in terms of biodiversity, but things like the fish ladder at Diglis Weir, that's fantastic, and it will probably work for all of the species it's been designed for, but those sort of structures don't work for every single type of fish species, and they don't work, they can't be put in everywhere, and they certainly don't benefit things like the flow or invertebrates or sediment. So but the fishes and salmon particularly, as Alan knows and Charles is demonstrating through the kind of the aquarium, are a great way to get people involved, because people can relate to a fish more than they can relate to a few grains of sand.
Right, Thanks, Josh. Following on from that and related to some of the discussions that we had prior to this session, we were discussing about whether whether barrier fish passes are controversial. Are they really worth the investment? And we've had a question here today from Chris Gray, who's querying the environmental sustainability of using large amounts of concrete to create a fish pass. So I'd like to get some quick opinions from the panelists on this, please. Thank you.
Maybe jump in there. I mean, I completely understand where Chris is coming from. I think, you know, there's a hierarchy of how we want to try and address these sort of issues, and I kind of tried to get that across in my presentation. The first option is, or should always be, removal, but that's not always possible. The second option I showed was a sort of rock ramp approach, and similar to some of the examples on the Severn as well, a more naturalized solution, but there's still concrete involved in, well, certainly the one at Howden Weir. And then, you know, there are cases where the choice is using you know, concrete type approaches, or not breaching that barrier at all. So it's a tricky one, but certainly the first option for us would be to try and remove the weir wherever possible.
I also agree. I mean, the carbon, you know, I work for the Environment Agency, which is very careful in looking at its carbon contribution of all its activities, and certainly the use of concrete is a major part of its carbon usage. And there are, I wouldn't say pushbacks, but we have to justify very carefully the amount of concrete we're using or move to low carbon alternatives. In the case of the project that we saw in that film, Unlocking the Severn, but I mean, the River Severn is still a navigation by an Act of Parliament, so those weirs could not be removed. So we would either have just stood back and said it cannot be done for carbon reasons. They have a design life of 125 years, which does mean that they have a lot of concrete in them, but you're also getting a lot of return for that carbon that's going in there. So it was a consideration, and obviously we would remove them if we could. It's quite interesting when you look at the carbon calculations of doing various you know, different solutions, but actually removal is quite carbon heavy as well, because you've got to remove the stuff from the river. Most of it has to go up into landfill or reused, and if it's reused, it has to be trucked away somewhere. And also rock ramps are surprisingly high in thing, because all the material has to be taken from some quarry and brought to the site as well. So it's not an easy solution here, and that could lead on to the discussion on prioritization. As I said, we're not going to do all these barriers, so let's use our carbon budget wisely and do the ones that are most important.
Yeah, totally. That's also something that is quite hard to include in our desk-based models, because every single structure is different. So every structure will have a different cost, will have different access requirements, and one culvert is not the same as another, and one weir might be more expensive than a small dam to remove. In places where there's more space, because the UK is a very densely packed country, some people build they're called nature-like fish passes, which is essentially a bypass channel, but there's still in construction carbon footprint involved in those constructions. So unfortunately, it's a problem that requires a lot of carbon to be burnt, or at least just to get out the problem in the first place.
Thanks, Josh. Alan, have you got any thoughts?
Just sorry, answering one of the questions in the chat about beavers. I don't know if you want to go down that particular route, but it's just to say that I actually gave exactly that presentation about 2 weeks ago. There's a working group developing a beaver strategy in Scotland now that we have done the European protected species in Scotland now. And one of the issues that we see on Tayside is precisely around some of these structures, whether it's culverts. In one particular example, there's a fish pass with about 5 miles of really good quality salmon habitat. Used to have about 200 salmon going up it. And the beavers up there are regularly damming at the top of it. And unless the bailiffs from the board clear that dam, usually on about a weekly basis, there is no water going down the fish path whatsoever. So there are issues there. It's not all bad, but there are certainly issues that need to be addressed going forward.
Thank you. I was going to skip over the beaver question.
Sorry.
No, thanks very much for that question. I thought a good one for the break. We've got a few others. There's one specifically here for Josh that I think is worth asking. And it's about whether there's been any other valuations on the benefits of other types of recreation from angling.
Not that I'm aware of, but yeah, I know paddle sports are huge in the UK, and open water, well, swimming outdoors. I don't want to call it wild swimming or outdoor swimming. It's just swimming outside. It's getting bigger and bigger, and of course there is huge. That's going to be bigger and bigger. So no, I don't know the numbers on other recreation, but I expect they are big.
Absolutely. And we've got about 4 minutes left, so I'm just going to ask one more question, and this is from John Barker. And John has asked, what are the most useful resources for advising design approaches to barrier removal, particularly for small barriers that Rivers Trusts might be working on? Somebody's responded with Wild Trout Trust guidance. Is there anything else?
Not my area of expertise, I'm afraid. I need to put you in touch with some of my members.
Well, a Google search will throw up a huge amount of technical guides on fish pass design. I mean, the IFM, Institute of Fish and Management, hosts the one that used to be the Environment Agency one, but there are loads out there. Particularly good, actually, and ones that are coming out of Australia and New Zealand. So I would do a search there as well. So there is a lot of stuff there. But one thing I would say is if you've got a network like the Rivers Trust and you have people that have removed ones before, go and see them and ask them what the issues were. And the agency is the same as that if you want to talk to people in the fisheries department and say, what are the issues you come, because a lot of the issues of dam removal are not what you expect them to be. It's things that happen that were kind of unforeseen risks of actually doing it. So talk to people, I think, is as good as doing Google searches. And videos, there's fantastic videos out there.
Yeah, I would echo what Charles said. We're developing a program where we would kind of create a support network of trusts. So, because we know there are trusts who've done a lot of it, who've done lots of barrier removal, and they're very confident in it, and we'll know if they turn up to a site if a barrier is worth removing or there's going to be something that completely stops it. And we know there's trusts at the other end of the spectrum who've never even contracted a digger. So we're trying to build a team at the moment as a resource, so that we can so people can talk to each other.
Brilliant. Thanks, Josh. Brilliant. So we're going to wrap up now. I think that's been a really great session, and it's a huge shame we haven't got another half an hour to really go into more depth with these questions. We've got 2 minutes. I'd like to just ask each panelist, what's their final take-home message that you'd like to just summarise your thoughts for today? Josh, should we start with you, because you're already active on my video?
Yeah. So for me, we cannot make informed decisions about barrier removal or easement or any sort of action on a barrier if we don't know where they all are, because that one of those nice maps I showed where I've estimated how much habitat you could free up could be completely wrong, because there could be lots of barriers we don't know about. So download the River Obstacles app and go and find some bits of river that haven't been surveyed, and take pictures of barriers, or even take pictures of the ones that already exist. It's all really useful, and we do use that information.
Charles, your final messages, please.
It kind of goes onward from that one about not knowing where they are. You know, you occasionally get asked that question: if you were Prime Minister for the day, what would you do? And I always think what I'd really like to know is these assets, they need an owner. And a lot of European countries have them as owners with licensing associated with them. And we don't. There isn't a retrospective impounding license system. But what I think is that every barrier needs to have an owner, and you can't just get away with just saying, well, it's not mine. And I use this kind of example saying, well, if someone doesn't own it, who would complain first if you removed it? And it is amazing how many barriers are out there that are supporting infrastructure, but the actual barrier itself is not owned by the utility or whatever who is benefiting from it. And I think that all barriers should have a purpose, they should be registered, and where the purpose is ended or not, you know, they should be removed, or at least there should be some form of levy on it to help removals of barriers elsewhere. So that's my kind of hope for the future.
Thank you. And last word to Alan.
Start by saying 100% agree with the points made by Josh and Charles there. Absolutely fundamental. I think we all recognise that we're in a middle of a biodiversity crisis. There's an urgent need to support populations and build resilience in our rivers, and where possible, decrease that fragmentation of our rivers as well, naturalise them. So addressing man-made barriers to migration is a cost-effective, reliable, and it's a relatively fast way of achieving that. In Scotland, at least, we've got a plan to do that. It needs to be supported and it needs to be delivered. It's incredibly ambitious, given what's gone before. It absolutely needs to be made a national priority. So that would be my take home.
Thank you. Yeah, very much agree. So we're going to wrap up there. Thank you to all our panelists and speakers today. Really engaged conversation. We could have gone on and on. Also, thank you to the audience for all your questions. So I'll now hand back over to Rebecca. I think we're going to a break.
Yes, thanks, Kathy. Thank you, Josh, Alan and Charles. Another really, really good discussion here. We're just a couple of minutes over, so I won't hold anyone up from getting their cup of tea or maybe some cake, whatever. So Emily's going to put up the holding slides and we'll be back at 2:45. Hi, welcome back everyone. I hope that was a nice refreshing break. So we're now going to move swiftly on to our final panel discussion of the day. It's quite scary to think we're nearly halfway through the conference already, but hopefully we've got a really good end to the day for you. This is our Rivers Fit to Swim In Plunge Pool panel. So I'm going to hand over to Marie Taylor, who is Operations Director at Yorkshire Dales Rivers Trust, and she's going to introduce the rest of the speakers for this panel and lead the discussion. So Marie, I think you're there if you are ready to take us away, and hopefully the other panelists will also join in a second. Thanks, Marie.
Thank you, Rebecca. Hi, everybody. Thank you ever so much for inviting me here to chair this panel. So obviously this session is about rivers fit enough to swim in. I'm not quite brave enough to go into the river without my waders or my dry suit, and I've yet to take my first dip in one of our UK rivers. But I have been working closely with Ilkley Clean River Group, which includes some passionate outdoor swimmers. And at the Yorkshire Dales Rivers Trust, we've been supporting the volunteer action to investigate the water quality along the whole River Wharf under our iWharf project. So we have a 45-minute session, and half an hour will be taken up with the panel session, when we will allow about 10 to 15 minutes at the end to take any questions from the audience. So I'm now really pleased to introduce our panel of attendees, some with far more experience than I have swimming in our rivers. And so if I just now introduce our first, Kerry Ann Payne, a 2x 10-kilometre open water world swimming champion, an Olympic silver medalist, outdoor swimming coach, and is hugely passionate about empowering people to swim in the outdoors. The next is Simon Griffiths. He's the founder and publisher of Outdoor Swimming magazine. He's an author of Outdoor Swimmers' Annual Trends in Outdoor Swimming's report, and he swims year-round in the Thames. We also have Claire Robertson, who is Oxford Rivers Project Officer at Thames 21 and founder of the Oxford Rivers Project. And then we have Johnny Palmer, a British-Australian entrepreneur, activist, and business adventurer. He's actively involved in the Sewage-Free Swimmers, Bristol Harbour, and Whalley Weirs project campaigns. And then finally, we've got Richard Aylard, and he is the Sustainability Director for Thames Water, and Thames Water have been working with the Oxford Rivers Project team on the campaign for designated bathing site in Oxford. So hopefully I've done a good job at introducing everyone on our panel. We do have a few set questions to go at, and as many of you might be aware, the application that Ilkley Clean River Group have submitted their England's first designated inland bathing water spot, and they were successful December 2020. But obviously we've got a long way to go, and the first question I have here for the panel to discuss is that NGOs want to see 200 new inland bathing waters by 2030, and really, how realistic is this number? So I'm going to open that up to everyone. I'm not sure who wants to kick off.
I can kick off if you like, although I'm not an expert in bathing water, in the designation of inland bathing waters, but I know from a swimmer's point of view that the idea of having 200 designated bathing waters around the country and places where you know that the water quality has been monitored is a really inviting prospect. But I think there's a bit of a chicken and egg situation, because part of the process to get a bathing water designated is people need to swim there, but people won't swim somewhere unless they're confident that it's safe and that the water is of good quality. So I think there is a bit of a chicken and egg thing there that I'm hoping that someone like Claire might be able to talk us through how that might be overcome. And then I'm also, well, I mean, I'd love to have one. I swim in the Thames near Teddington Lock. I'd love to have one there, but I would imagine that there would be quite a lot of robust discussion with other river users who it might impact, and also local residents who might be concerned about traffic, people littering, all sorts of other things that might come with it. So I think it's a wonderful idea, but there's probably going to be lots of barriers that would need to be overcome to get there.
Yeah, I can add to that. Designated bathing water status doesn't make a river safe, nor do you need it to be able to swim somewhere. So down at Whalley Weir here, people have been swimming there for over 100 years, and I'm trying to get designated bathing water status, but because of the stakeholder groups that you accurately identified, Simon, you know, neighbours, local councils, people concerned about rubbish and parking, you don't necessarily get it. So the question is, why do you want designated bathing water status? The reason is that it should compel the Environment Agency and or DEFRA to take enforcement action against river polluters. So fundamentally, it's a mechanism by which people are held to account so they don't pollute the rivers that we're already swimming in.
Yeah, thank you both. I think you both covered really important points there. Having gone through the process this past year of applying for designated bathing water status, I'd say 200 by 2030 is definitely feasible. It's actually a relatively simple process to apply. All you need is landowner permission and 20 days of usage data to prove that the site is popular and well used. So that's actually relatively easy to get together. However, the caveat to that is some of the things that Johnny and Simon have touched on you need genuine backing from the local community. You know, this can't be something that's sort of done to local communities. It's got to be something that's done with them, somewhere where people really do swim and want it to happen. You need the regulators, governmental bodies to commit. So we submitted our application back in October. DEFRA didn't really get back to us until March of this year. So that's taken them 5 to 6 months to assess just one application. So if we're putting in tens of applications a year, how long is it going to take them? So we need more commitment from them. The minister has committed to more bathing water areas, but I get the impression that they need more staff to help make that happen. And yes, you need water company awareness and backing as well, because there's little point getting a bathing water area if the water company says afterwards, you know, no, we're not going to improve, we're not committed to actually improving the rivers in this region, so we're not going to do anything about it. So thankfully in our case we have had engagement from really near the beginning from Thames Water, which has been mainly really positive. But I think it's true what Johnny was saying, you know, it shouldn't actually be the onus on the local community, on the public, to clean up their own blue spaces. It should be the onus on the polluters and the regulators. You know, we don't expect the public to pick up the litter from our own parks constantly if it was being dumped there all the time. The polluter needs to stop doing it in the first place. But bathing water status, testing for bacteria should be a basic in lots of places where it's popular, is my view.
Thank you, Claire. Richard, hands up. You're just on silent, Richard.
Apologies. I don't think it's unrealistic, Marie. I'd like to get 1 or 2 more sorted quickly and start to get a slicker system. As Claire says, there's no reason why it should take 5 months for a government department to realise it's had an application, you know, particularly when it was pretty well telegraphed through the media. But I agree with Claire that actually our experience working with the Oxford Rivers project, which I have to say was very well run, but it's been a relatively straightforward process. And we're more than happy to have similar discussions elsewhere. But I also agree with Johnny that, you know, we want to get away from a situation where you have to have designated bathing water. Some people might want that, but for other people, it'd be nice if they could go in any river anywhere and swim. But I suppose the final thing is, wouldn't want to get to a situation where people thought that just because something had designated bathing water status and even good water quality, that there weren't any hazards. I mean, there are always going to be hazards in an open environment, whether it's bacteria, viruses, or boats, or strong currents, or you know, submerged vegetation. We've got to get people thinking about all those things, rather than just thinking this is some kind of natural swimming pool where everything's always going to be absolutely safe. They're going to have to take some good risk management decisions of their own, and it's our job to try and help them as much as we can.
Thank you, Richard. Is anyone wanting to come in on that, or I've got a couple of points?
Yeah, I can add one thing if we want to steer in that direction about safety around rivers. Is that part of our scope today?
I mean, we can cover it in the 4 minutes I have for this question, Johnny, no problem.
So really quickly, river swimming has been a great catalyst for people to really think about their appetite for risk, right? Because swimming in rivers are dangerous, but it also poses the idea that lots of things we do are dangerous. And it's made a lot of people really think about the spectrum of hazard in their life and where they sit on that. And that's one of the many catalysts that river swimming's added to society, which is much bigger than what we're talking about today.
I just wanted to add one more thing, is that the actual definition of a designated bathing water area, the sort of, you know, what it needs to get the designation is an area where lots of people swim. So if somewhere's already popular and has, you know, a pretty large amount of swimmers for the size of that area, according to the legislation, that should be designated, it should be tested. So we need people to sort of step up and apply. And there's not that many reasons to refuse an application if it's a popular area.
That's Claire. And Kerry.
Yeah, I just wanted to add, I guess it was a tiny bit on the safety, and if there's another safety question later, I definitely want to go into more detail about kind of what's coming in the pipeline from certainly. So my main role, my main day job at the moment is qualifying coaches, open water coaches specifically, who obviously want to then go and coach swimmers. And rivers are, a popular place for people to go swimming, and people want to coach there, but as you rightly mentioned, the safety aspect can sometimes be tricky, as can the pollution, as can a whole bunch of other stuff. The onus on the coach and their swimmers to make sure that they're being really cautious and conscious about the environment that they're going into, leaving it the same way that they found it, and all that kind of stuff as well. But I think what's been amazing, certainly from the report that came out last year from the Rivers Trust, was actually an understanding that from us as human beings using the water, whether you're in it or on it, is that we are using someone else's home essentially. And I think if we can all be aware of that and ways that we can help that, ways that we can make a real benefit, then I think one of the questions that have come up is around permission from landowners and that kind of stuff. And I can imagine they've probably all had bad experiences with some people coming in, not leaving litter, all that kind of stuff. But I think with an education piece from you guys and from a wider organization, from Outdoor Swimmer, from everywhere basically where there are swimmers, talking more about what we can do to make sure that we are in the water, the rowers on the water are doing our bit to make sure that we can keep the rivers as clean as we possibly can, to do our bit as well as the water companies having to do their bit at the same time.
Great, thank you. I think one of my final points, or just for anyone to comment, is to achieve this number, do you think that we need groups like the Whalley Weir and Ilgluckian River Group, etc., and ones like Claire's group? Do you think we need these, and are they key to campaigning and gathering the evidence to really work towards this goal? Do you think we can do it without them?
No, I think you need the local community to be on board and the people on the ground to actually know the area, know where people swim, the different, we're so lucky in Oxford because we have so many river areas and so much river use opportunity, so many rowing clubs and kayaking clubs and water sports clubs, and our local councillors, some of them are also river swimmers as well. So it's a really high use area. I think, yes, as long as people have the time and the energy to give, it's very important getting volunteers involved. It shouldn't be just all down to volunteers though, because it is quite a big undertaking as well. So they need to be supported.
Working together. And Johnny, I think, is that a new hand?
Yeah, I was going to add something to the role of volunteers, right? So when I thought I wanted to make some big change around river quality, I looked at who was out there and what they were doing and where their value was. And I realized we need a spectrum of different people with different voices. You've got Rivers Trust, quite establishment, very scientific, very fact-based, Surfers Against Sewage, bit more cool, bit more edgy. And the gap that I saw was actually kind of more of a disruptive, kind of protesty, fighty, sweary kind of narrative, which is where we jumped in. And I believe that having all of that range of different voices makes change. So I think volunteers are just one of the pieces of the puzzle that you need, alongside much more people in suits who know about science and all that stuff, to get the change that we want.
Great, thanks, Johnny. I'm mindful that we have another couple of questions to be thrown out there, but I think that was a really great first question to kick off with. So the next question is, we've got a much better picture of sewage pollution in our rivers over the past 5 years with event duration monitoring. But what about agricultural pollution? Are swimmers concerned about this? So I guess Kerry Ann, Simon and Johnny, what are your thoughts?
Very much so. It's absolutely one of the reasons why I think there are a lot of people out there who would want to learn to swim or want to take up cold water dipping, that kind of stuff, but don't do that if they live, if they live inland and the only access to water they have is rivers. It definitely puts a lot of people off just the thought of that, because there's been an amazing amount of noise being made about the pollution in terms of, loads of people talk about it now, which is great. The more people that talk about it, they make a big deal out of it. Hopefully that changes. But essentially, there are a lot of people who are concerned about that and might not take that step into the open water if they don't have any other options in their area. But it certainly is, and to be fair, it's not even just rivers. It is everything, every kind of water that people can swim in. There is a real concern about that, and there are things that people can do to kind of minimize the risks as much as possible, but it's definitely a concern for a lot of people.
Mm-hmm. And specifically, is that through agriculture? I think just the question is a specific agricultural. Do you think there's any concern around agricultural pollution over any other pollution?
I think they are absolutely, agricultural pollution is definitely something that a lot of people are worried about. I think there's a lot of terms that get thrown around, and one that gets thrown around a lot, I think, regards to this is runoff. And people talk about, oh, runoff, it's rained, runoff, and they're kind of don't always necessarily know what that means. But yeah, it's definitely a concern. If even for myself, if I was going to go swimming in a river and I knew there was a farm nearby, I'd probably be quite cautious about that kind of stuff. So I think there definitely is a concern and conversations that probably need to be had to understand what that is and how that works, and where that can fit in with the world of that being part of how farmers need to sustain their stock or whatever it is that they need to do. There must be a way that we can all work together to understand how this can work and all that kind of stuff, or what are the barriers we can put in place to try and reduce that. Those are the things I think that would be far greater for people to know about and understand, and maybe even aid the farmers in helping them with that process, rather than kind of just keep forcing and worrying people about the issues with it. I think there's a huge appetite for people to want to do something about it. I guess it's just a little bit overwhelming, to be honest, to know where to start.
Thanks, Kerry.
I think people are fundamentally most concerned about sewage overflows. The reason for that is that it's the most public, and the reason it's the most public is because they're an easy target. The water companies are paid to process sewage, they pump it into the river. So people are focused primarily on that. But there's a scientific question one. Is that the biggest hazard? Perhaps it actually is agricultural runoff. I'd be interested to know.
Just that, I think exactly what Johnny says, that sewage pollution is the most visible, and it's often a point source. It's coming from a CSO. Agricultural pollution tends to be more diffuse, I guess. It could come from, it's harder to identify the exact source, but it's definitely something swimmers are concerned about. And I don't know how many people watched or saw the Riverside documentary, which talked about the River Wye and the effect of agricultural pollution, particularly from chicken farms in the River Wye, and the huge damage that has done to the river. So it's definitely a concern, and I think John is absolutely right. It's very difficult to, it's very hard to gauge how dangerous it is, because we don't know enough about it, and it's harder to identify because you can't see where it's coming in so easily as where you can see sewage coming in from an overflow. So it's definitely something we need to understand better and understand how it's happening and what might be done to mitigate it.
Thank you, Simon. Sorry, I'm not sure if it was Claire or Richard first. I'm going to go with Claire.
Yeah, I think there is less concern about agriculture, at least in locally where I am, than sewage. But I think also people are, it's not so much just concern, but I think they're more angered by the sewage pollution, because I think most people, before they knew about the extent of it, including myself, had no idea that it was at such a large extent, and most people thought that it was a problem that we actually solved quite a long time ago, putting sewage in our rivers. But having said that, yes, I think it would be, there does need to be more awareness around the other forms of pollution as well. It's been really interesting today to hear about work on the Wensum farmer cluster groups and road runoff as well. Someone in the chat was just asking about what parameters actually needed to be measured for bathing water status. So bathing water status is based on 2 different kinds of bacteria, E. coli and intestinal enterococci, which can be harmful to human health. And the ratios of those 2 bacteria can also point you in the direction of where that pollution is coming from. So as well as the application in Oxford, we also did a large citizen science study of bacteria in our rivers, funded by the Rivers Trust, Thames Water and the City Council. And our conclusions from that are that it is mainly sewage, which is the main cause at these popular swimming spots. But further in the catchment, further upstream, agriculture has a bigger part to play.
Thank you, Claire. And Richard?
Yeah, I mean, clearly, sewage is a major concern. It's a major concern for us. It's a major concern for the swimmers. The extent to which it stacks up against other concerns is going to vary from place to place. And we do need more research on that. There's been very little, or as far as I can see, no routine monitoring of bacteria levels in rivers. And I accept Claire's point about the ratio of E. coli to intestinal enterococci, but there are lots of ways in which E. coli can and does get into rivers, and we just need more information about that. And of course, I'm not denying that sewage is a big issue for us. That's really why one of the main reasons why we've committed to these live notifications, which, you know, Claire, we've been trialing with you in the Oxford area. I think they've been welcomed. It took a bit of a while to get it going, but those are going to be available for all of our 468 discharges across our whole area by the end of the year. And that will make a big difference in telling people what is actually going on with sewage. But I think we need to back that up with a good program of research to work out what else. You know, we know what the perceived concerns are, but what should the actual concerns be? And is it all sewage, or to what extent is farming an issue? Is road runoff a problem? We don't really know because nobody's been monitoring it. And I think that's one of the benefits actually of bathing water designation is you will get this routine monitoring going on. But I think that needs to be boosted in other areas so that we've got a better knowledge base.
Yeah, I agree. And I think just from my experience with working with the Ilkley Clean River Group and what the amount of energy that's created in terms of obviously the monitoring that's had to come off the back of that, and additional work as well. And it's, you know, we're driving to look at the small tributaries, the contributions from those, as well as, you know, obviously the main sites that the EA and the Yorkshire Water are monitoring too. So definitely we do need to understand more about our catchments to be able to target our efforts and deliver it to improving our water quality, our rivers. Are any final comments on that question? As yes, sorry, I've got loads of pop-ups. Johnny, did you just put your hand up?
Yeah, really quick. Just the fact that people are aware of any pollution is a good thing because it makes them think about the way they conduct their day-to-day lives and how they might be polluting the river themselves. So any awareness is good because hopefully, fingers crossed, it facilitates change.
Brilliant, thanks. And Claire, is that a historic hand or a new hand? Thank you. Okay, so I'm just going to now move on to our last set question that we have before we open up to other questions from the audience. So do we think is wild/river swimming going to continue to grow in the UK, or was this just a pandemic fad?
I'll quickly answer, but I know that Simon will have way more stats to give you or conversation to give you. But I do think that it is certainly still a growing, it has always been on an upward trajectory, wild swimming, open water swimming. And then the pandemic really just kind of made it skyrocket up. And I think a lot of people that have taken that transition to the open water have really loved it. And as a result are keen for more adventures and opportunities and exploring. Again, I think what the pandemic did was it allowed us to explore what we have on our own soil. So I do think that there will be a lot more people still using and going out and finding places to go swimming. So I don't think that's going to stop anytime soon. from my perspective anyway. Simon?
Yeah, I think there's a couple of things we've seen in the data. We're looking at the reasons why people start swimming, and also we were looking at when people started swimming over the past few years, and you can definitely see spikes that corresponded to lockdowns and pool closures. So people were experimenting with outdoor swimming when pools were closed. And obviously that isn't going to happen anymore. Well, hopefully, we don't know, but hopefully we won't see any more of those lockdowns and pool closures driving people to open water. But what we really see in the data is that, particularly over the last 12 months, the reasons for people to start or to try outdoor swimming have changed. So 5 years ago or 10 years ago, a lot of people, they were interested in races or triathlon or challenges. And what seems to be happening more and more is people are looking at outdoor swimming for sort of health and well-being benefits and the experience of being in nature. And you can see that, you can see in the data, we asked people when did they start swimming and what was their motivation to start swimming. And you can see that trend coming through the data, is the more recently they started, the more likely they are to say they started for the health and well-being benefits and the mental health benefits. So I think as that becomes part of the sort of broader agenda in society, and people talking about mental health and looking after our health and well-being, that's going to support the continued growth of outdoor swimming.
Yeah, in Oxford, there is obviously a very long history of using the rivers. I think we've got to look back into history as well and actually realise there are times in our history where river use has been higher and river use has been lower, but it's actually always been there. And the site we've applied for bathing water status, there you can get 3 generations of a family, and they all say they've actually learned to swim, they've grown up swimming in this river. So it's very much part of Oxford's culture, along with, I think we mustn't forget about all the other river uses, designated bathing water status, monitoring, reducing sewage spills doesn't just benefit swimmers, it benefits the rowers, the kayakers, paddle boarders, anglers as well. But yes, I think there's definitely been an uptake. We did a smaller survey of Oxford swimmers, about 1,000 replies, and 1 in 5 said they'd taken it up in 2020, in the sort of pandemic year. So yes, it's, but I think there's been a growing trend steadily as well.
Great, thank you. Is anybody else on the panel like to contribute to that question?
But I just wanted to say also, just add, this maybe we're still not at the levels that we were in terms of the proportion of the country swimming in wild spaces from other times. I think, again, I'd like to see more data on this, because I know I keep going on about Oxford, but it's what I know, but there's actually river swimming areas that were managed by the council, were properly maintained areas, and they fall into disrepair. So I think this sort of knee-jerk reaction sometimes, thinking, all these people taken to the water, it's going to ruin it, needs to be put in the context.
Brilliant. Johnny, do you have anything to add?
Not really. They've covered everything. It's going to keep becoming more and more popular. Society needs to embrace it, and regulatory authorities need to support it by making our rivers cleaner.
I just got one more point to add on this. Yeah, the other big change we've seen, and I think it is linked to the health and well-being side of it, is the growing popularity of winter swimming and swimming all year round. And I think one of the things with the bathing water status is it's only measuring water quality between May and September. Claire, you can correct me on that. But really, swimmers and other water users, the rowers are out all year, the kayakers are out all year. People are using the rivers all year round. The big crowds of people swimming in the Thames all through the winter. So I think that is linked to the growth, and it's linked to the health and well-being agenda. But it also raises the point about how often, if we are going for bathing water status, should we be monitoring it throughout the year rather than the bathing season?
Great point. Thanks, Simon. And Richard?
Yeah, I was just going to ask Claire whether she thinks there's any possibility that we could work with Oxford City Council to try and get the information made available all year round. I know officially designation, I think, is 15th of May to 30th of September, but you know, and I know, Claire, that people are swimming all year round. Do we want to have those kind of artificial cut-off points, or can we work together to try and widen it, even if it's only kind of unofficially?
I think, yeah, most people would like to have it year round, especially as, you know, the water balance in the year and rainfall is so different in summer and winter, and, you know, more CSO spills in winter. But yes, it's sort of down to DEFRA and the Environment Agency at the moment, those cut-off points. So if we wanted to do monitoring in the winter, it would have to be, at the moment, done through citizen scientists. But in the consultation, I think lots of people responded saying they'd like a longer period of sampling.
Brilliant. Thank you for that. Any final points on this last question, or shall we go straight to the questions from the wider audience? I'm going to take that as we go to the wider audience questions. So the first one I'm going to pick out, it's been asked to you, Claire, is around from Phil Stone. I've heard that third-party liability has been a concern of landowners when talking about bathing quality designation. Has this been raised with you, Claire?
Yes, good question. And I think that the person who's probably best placed to answer it isn't on this panel, but she's in this meeting, I know. So the Outdoor Swimming Society Inland Access Group have a really great guide that talks all about this, the rights and responsibilities of river users, the rights and responsibilities of the landowner as well. And it's my understanding that as long as there is signage from the landowner that points out any risks that you wouldn't, that a reasonable adult wouldn't already know about. So risks that are hidden, underwater submerged objects or unexpected currents, then it's my understanding that the landowner isn't liable for any accidents that happen on their land. But obviously it is something that people are very concerned about, and we have come up against a few times. Some people just want to stop river swimming. It seems to be a fruitless task to me. You know, it's so popular, but some people seem to think it just shouldn't happen. It's just too dangerous. That's not my opinion. I think people, you know, there's huge benefits from it, and there does need to be education about the risks around it as well. But people should be able to make that decision themselves.
Thank you, Claire. Does anyone else want to jump in on that same question, even though it was directed to Claire? Yep, Johnny.
Yeah, so I am a landowner at a swimming spot. I own the island at Worley Weir, the freehold title of the land. And it was obviously a big discussion for the family about, like, is there a risk to us here being sued? And you go down that rabbit hole, and there's this bizarre narrative in the UK that people think they can just go and sue a random person because something bad happened. It's just not the case. There has to be some kind of negligence or some kind of duty of care that's been breached, right? Just because you own land and someone decides to jump in the river doesn't by default make you liable for the fact they got sick. If you're encouraging them, making money from it, and you've been negligent in making bad access, it wasn't building reg compliant, possibly. But this idea that you're just going to be liable is just absolutely gibberish. And it's about, if someone were to drown, for example, it would be a question of contributory negligence. Who was basically more stupid in that situation? Was I stupid for owning land, or was perhaps someone irresponsible by jumping in the river if they couldn't swim, for example? So it's not as simple as that. We need to shake off this lazy, half-assed idea that landowners are somehow liable for everything, because it's just not true.
Thanks, Johnny. Kerry?
Yeah, so from my side of things, when it comes to safety, so I'm glad we kind of talked about it again now, is obviously, as we've talked many times now, about a rise in people wanting to take on swimming, wild swimming, all that kind of stuff. And we've actually it's just about to be launched either tomorrow or the next day. We've partnered up with a swimming app called Swim Wild app. And essentially, it's a place to find swimming spots in and around the country, so coastal to lakes to rivers, all it's worldwide actually at the moment. But what we have specifically partnered with them on is something that we've called Safe Outdoor Swimming, which essentially is like a risk assessment for the swimmers. So yes, totally agree with you, Johnny. It's not as easy as just saying, because you've allowed me to swim from your land or access your land to get into the water, there is a lot more to it than that. But what we wanted to start doing was start getting swimmers to start taking a bit more responsibility for themselves. And rather than a swimmer going, I don't know, I'm not really too sure, I've just heard it, I saw, some social media person jumping in, and so I did the same thing. What we wanted to do was to create a framework, essentially a risk assessment. So there's two versions. There's a much greater, wider knowledge-based risk assessment, and then a dynamic one, which basically covers off all the things that we should really be considering for the swimmer themselves to go, actually, today is not the right day to swim, or I'm not feeling so good today, so I'm only going to go in for 2 minutes instead of the 10 minutes I was hoping for, or something along those lines. So again, my dream is to get as many people swimming in outdoors as possible around the world, but I also want to make sure people are doing it safely. So that's something that I am incredibly proud to be part of, and we'll keep continue to, and it's specific. There's 3 versions as well, specific to coastal regions, to lakes, and then to rivers as well. So it's not just kind of this random wonderful mystery tour that you go on. We've tried to make it as specific as possible to as many venues, but as more people use it, more people test it, more locations become available, we'll be able to try and hone it as much as we can, again, just to make sure that people are as safe as they possibly can be. That's where we're coming at and trying to get more and more people about it, because Outdoor Swimming Society do an amazing job of making sure that there's stuff out there for really good guidance for people to be using to keeping themselves safe from every different aspects and angles. And I guess we're just trying to, keep using that volume as well, keep using the same sort of language around safety, so that swimmer can start taking a bit more responsibility for themselves as well.
Great, thank you, Kerry. And I know that there's a lot of happening on the chat, lots of comments, lots of people sharing links as well. So that's really great. Thank you. It's definitely triggered a lot of discussion, this topic. I'm going to move on to another question. One's from Wendy. So Joe Bradley from Stormwater Shepherds showed how much pollution, and we kind of touched on this in our panel discussion, that enters the watercourse via roads, especially motorways and dual carriageways. And Wendy's also said that Kerry Sims showed the amount of chemicals passed through humans as well that are polluting our rivers too. Are wild swimmers worried about this? Maybe less so than others, but are they aware now?
I'll jump in quickly. I mean, we did, one of the things we asked in our survey is, do worries about pollution stop you swimming as much as you would like to? And in England, we were able to separate and I haven't got this data right in front of me, but in England, from memory, it was about 20% of swimmers said that worries about pollution sometimes stop them swimming as much as they wanted to. Now, that we didn't specify whether that was sewage or road runoff or agricultural runoff, but clearly the worry about pollution is a big barrier for people to swim. So the more we can understand what is happening, I think, and the more I think there's two. One, we have to understand what's happening, and so that we know when it's safe to swim. We need to understand what's happening, so we can also start dealing with it and tackling with it. It was quite interesting that the numbers for Scotland, and I was looking at this research, about half, so only about 9% in Scotland said that worries about pollution. So I think all the news about river pollution last year in England has had a trickle through effect to swimmers, and you can definitely see a difference in people in Scotland and people in England in their concerns about sewage pollution. It is a barrier for 20% of people that responded to our survey. So it's not a trivial thing.
Right, thank you, Simon. And anyone else?
I think people probably aren't as concerned as they should be, and it'd be great to link up with other groups and you know, have talks from Joe or others like her about this issue for our swimmers.
Yeah, again, lots of comments in the chat. Tim just mentioned about Europe. They have other parameters that they test for as well. And I think a final question, one that I've thought of and one that Joe's actually put in the chat as well, is we've got a lot of activity around swimmers, but are there any concerns or areas that we should keep clear for wildlife? Are there any concerns?
I think if I can just chime
yeah,
in.
you go first.
Sorry, to chime in there. I think, again, there's a big education piece that would be amazing to come from the people who are the experts. I think that's what we've kind of learnt over the last few years. Lots of people were concerned about pollution, sorry about the coughing, about the pollution, but didn't really know where to go to. Then, you know, the Rivers Trust Surface Against Sewage came along. It was a voice, it was somewhere that we could listen to. I think the same things need to happen. I think helping someone understand and identify where is a conservation area, or, you know, where we shouldn't be swimming at certain times of the year will be really helpful. And then it's about distributing that knowledge to the swimming groups, the local swimming groups, to coaches as well. So, you know, I've qualified just over 400 coaches. So I've got a lot of coaches out there who are really open and excited and interested in helping to sort this out, because this is their livelihood, this is their jobs. And, you know, part of their remit is to educate their swimmers as well. So I think having some sort of central knowledge base and kind of helping us to understand who is it that we're supposed to be listening to and what are we supposed to be listening to is going to be probably the most helpful thing from my perspective on that particular topic.
Yeah, great, thank you. And Claire?
Can I add something?
Oh, sorry, Simon. Yeah, you did jump in. Sorry, go on, Simon.
I know I'm probably talking more than my share, but again, you know, this is something that that comes up, that I think one of the things that we see and people tell us is becoming an outdoor swimmer makes them more concerned about the environment. And so although there is the risk that people have highlighted that if you swim in a sensitive area, you can do damage, I think the very act of swimming and getting into nature like that makes you more aware that you could be doing damage and prompts people to think about what they can do to minimize any harm. So, you know, I think there's already quite a lot of awareness around things like transfer of invasive species between different watercourses, for example. And you know, and I think most swimmers would probably be careful about, you know, if they're getting into a river that, you know, there might be bird nests, they might just, you know, swan's nests or coots nests, whatever, you know, they would want to steer away from that. So there is, I think that personal responsibility is already quite strong within the swimming community. But of course, what we can do as a publisher, and what Kerry-Ann can do through her coaches network, is to help educate people even more, because sometimes damage happens because people just don't know. It's not that they're willfully damaging things, it's something they don't know about. So I think getting the messages out there, informing people who are already committed to preserving and enhancing the environment, you're talking to a willing audience. So I think if we can just keep getting that message out there, what people want to know what they need to do to keep their swimming spots good and to protect the natural environment. So I think we're pushing it an open door. We just need to make sure we get the information out there and it's really easily available for people.
Great, thank you, Simon. I am aware of the time, Claire. I know you've got your hands up.
Just quickly. Just agreeing with everything that's been said so far, more education. But also part of the problem is lack of access to river areas, and a lot of the areas which are accessible are also nature reserves. It's huge areas of rivers that are privatised. We only have access to 3% of the rivers in this country. So I would like to see more access and right to roam on rivers, which I think is going to be talked about tomorrow.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, everyone, to the panelists. It's been great to have you here. Thank you. And I believe I am now handing back over to Rebecca to wrap up the day. So thank you, everyone.
Marie, and again, yes, thank you to everyone. That was another brilliant session to finish the day as kind of a relatively recent rookie in outdoor swimming myself. I think I've used the wisdom of all of our panelists at various times in starting out on that journey. So yes, thanks very much. I'm not going to take too long to wrap up, but if there are any sort of speedy answers that can be typed to the remaining questions, then please feel free to do so before I end the webinar. I just want to finish by saying a massive thank you to everyone who's contributed to the conference today, particularly also Poets for the Planet, who provided those amazing poetry lightning talks. There will be more of those tomorrow, but I realise we do need to give them a particular shout out. It's also been hinted at, a lot of the discussions on our agenda for tomorrow link in very well with the topics that we've discussed today. We've got panels on plastics. We're going to be talking about monitoring in more detail, nature-based solutions, urban planning, and as Claire said, access in terms of recreational use on rivers as well. So it really does promise to be another amazing day. And then final bit of housekeeping, a lot of people have asked, so I just want to reiterate that the conference is being recorded in full and will go on the YouTube channel for the Rivers Trust, and we'll be posting on social media, emailing everyone who's registered for the conference today when that's ready. It will just take probably a week or so for us to make the necessary edits, but people will be definitely notified when that's ready. So I will not keep anyone any longer. I will just say that I really hope that we'll see everyone again tomorrow for another great day, and have a lovely evening. Goodbye for now.